Association UK branch are doing virtual observation.
We will, of course, be making recommendations and examining our data.
Radio Cayman, your voice, your choice for today's biggest news.
Hey, good evening, and welcome. Thank you so much for joining us here in another wonderful evening. Radio Cayman's broadcasting live our elections coverage. I'm honored to be joined in the studio by such an illustrious panel, to be anchored and cemented by none other than Miss Anika Connolly. To our deference, to our gentlemen, Pastor Miss Connolly, good afternoon, and good evening, and welcome, and thanks for sharing with us.
Yes, good evening. It's great to be here, and thanks for having me.
All right, well, we have none other than the venerable Mr. Steve McField. Dr. Steve, good evening, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Good evening, and thank you for asking me to be a part of this historic discussion this afternoon. It's not a debate, a forum debate like you had before. It is now analyzing the post-election and analyzing the vote.
All right.
And I'm happy to be here. I think I have been here for every election now for the last 10 years, I guess.
Well, I don't feel so bad. I've only been here for 4. I think it wouldn't be the same if it wasn't with you here with us. And equally, I think he's been here for every election for the last 1,000, Mr. Loxley Banks.
Yeah.
Good evening, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Well, glad to be here. It's my 12th or 13th.
Well, I don't feel so bad. I've only been here for 4. I think it wouldn't be the same if it wasn't with you here with us.
I'm not sure that this mic is on or not.
No, and I hear
we're getting some feedback.
All right. Well, that's the voice of the man for the record. He's going to record saying we get some feedback. Mr. Hart Connor, we sit, we analyze, we discuss, and as Dr. Steve shares with us, is oftentimes, in the post commentary after the polls close, almost as engaging as what's going to happen, when the ballots are counted and the cabinet is selected. So thank you very much for the stellar job you do for the record, but for also giving us, your input, insight, your counsel, and the benefit from your expertise and experience.
Thank you very much, Sterling. I'm happy to be here, and hopefully I will be able to bring some of my knowledge based on my experience in working with the Elections Office for over 30 years and help to bring some insight into the conversation this evening.
All right, well, this is what we want our listeners to be a part of and to engage, to enjoy, to be informed as much as entertained. And we are not just the official source, or not only the only source, but this is where you get unbiased, objective, impartial, and very, very, informed commentary. But
it is the source.
It is the source. All right, well, I can say that now with authority, because the man who was there from the very first time we covered the elections, I can remember peeping through the windows of the West Bay Town Hall, and there were 2 things that were evident. Those inside who were making the count, and Mr. Locks outside, looking in.
Well, I was right at the count there.
Yep.
It was, back in those days, we sat at the table with the scrutineers and the counters, and I had a police escort.
I have almost caught up to you because I guess I have been involved in elections in Georgetown pretty nearly all of my life. I remember in the days when they would bring the cow, and tie it out near the bar, and they would say, if you put us in, you can butcher, but if you don't put us in, we'll take it back in the grass piece.
Well, my memory goes back to, and I think could have been either 46 or 48 election, and I would have been about 10 years old at the time. But going to the town hall with my father, he was going to vote, and as we got up to the town hall, the front of the town hall, there were about 3 or 4 cars, because at that time there probably was not more than 10 cars in West Bay, but there was 3 or 4 cars parked off over to the left with their trunks open.
Yes.
And a stack of calabashes and a big cowboy. You know what was in cowboy?
Yes.
And as the folks came in to vote, you could hear psst, 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 and they would try to back on them over.
Yes.
I think I was probably not more than 8 or 10 years old, and that was something that stuck with me all of my life. Now, they were inviting them over there to give them a little nip and say, you check my name when you go in there. You come back out, I'll give you another little calabash here.
I'm sitting here trying to figure out what was happening there. Okay, I got it now.
So that's what. So you agree with Andrew Morris Gerard, what he said about the elections. He says elections are won or lost by the rum.
Yes.
And that is the reasons why after he came, they started to have the election day as a holiday.
Right,
The bars have to be closed.
Yes,
because in the old days, the bars would open at 9 o'clock in the morning and close at 3, and then open at 6 and 9 at night, and close at 9 at night. And I remember you probably, it probably wasn't so in West Bay, but in Georgetown, they always have to have what they call a colored candidate. You have to have a colored candidate in Georgetown. And this year, we were trying to have in 3 colored candidates. That's when Georgetown had 3 people. So we were running the election. We couldn't even vote. We were not even 21 in those days to vote. You had to be 21 years old. And so we got a loudspeaker. We went around the aisle. Could they, Georgetown, vote for this person and this person and this person? And that day, around 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock, at election day now, we went under the old tamarind tree up in Scranton, up there in there, the old yard we called up in Central. And Dan Hogg and Willard Connor and all those guys were saying, you young boys are running the election this year. So where's the booze? Where's the rum? And we say, what do you mean? They say, well, you're running the election. You need to have some, we need to have rum. We say, well, if we didn't understand that. And say, well, how do you think we're going to vote then? So they said, okay. And they went downtown. And they came back with a paper bag full of $5, a 10 shilling and 5 shilling notes, and they started to distribute them. And they got to the bar before the bar closed at 3 o'clock by their QQs, rum. And they went to the polls. And in those days, Georgetown only had about 300 people on the voters list, 350 maybe. Polls closed at 6, and by 7:30 they said they had a vote, they had a count, they had a total. And we rushed down by the old courthouse. You know, we're in the new museum now to see who had won. Our candidates won. And we were there shouting, look what we did. We put in 3 colored people this year. And Harley Marion came up, tapped me and said, Steve-O, what are the colored boys celebrating for? And he said, you don't see me put in 3 colored people this year. He said, I put in 3 colored people? I put in 3 colored people? He says, did you guys get a paper bag with 10 shilling and 5 shilling notes? We said, yeah. He said, that's from Uncle Dukan. He said, hey, Uncle Dukan, man. He said, Uncle Dukan, do have no time now to go down to the West Street. so from then, I understood how the politics ran in Georgetown, especially. You had to have money to buy rum. That was the thing in Georgetown. That was a commodity now. So now today it's like washing machines and refrigerators and all that sort of stuff that I heard it is now because.
So it hasn't changed then.
It hasn't changed.
And there are those with the perception that historically the vote buy-in, the interference, I use that word deliberately, and all the other things that went on to influence, again, another deliberate word, potential outcomes. Happened 50 years ago, as it may have happened last election, as it may happen the next election. Hopefully not this one, but. So, was he?
Well, I must say that the way that we have progressed in terms of the administration of elections and the elections process, that we have come a long way. I remember in the 90s, for instance, when postal ballots were an issue.
Oh, yes.
And we had over 100 and something postal ballots in the district of West Bay that were handed to me as the returning officer on the day of the elections, and there were no provisions in our elections law at that time for me to be able to accept them. But at the same time, you didn't want those votes to go uncounted. You didn't want to disenfranchise the voters. So the Attorney General at that time, Michael Bradley, got together with the candidates, with some legal minds, and agreed as to what would happen with those postal ballots so that they could be counted. After that election, the next time around, we had certainly had that covered in the elections law, and we have seen that progressed on, from there. So a lot of the issues that took place in the 60s and the 70s, you simply don't see them happening now. There are allegations going on about vote buying and stuff, but sometimes I think some of the candidates are a little bit too thin-skinned, and if they're if they were more confident in terms of their abilities to convince the voters to vote for them, they wouldn't be complaining about some of the petty issues as far as what they deem to be treating.
Okay. So in those days, OC, the candidate would collect the ballots, the postal ballots, and take them to the voter, and have the voter mark them, and then he would bring them back to the officials.
It was more egregious than that. It was more egregious than that.
Yes.
I have heard, and I've had candidates who have admitted that they have sat around a table like we are sitting here now, and basically taken the envelopes that were addressed to the voters, shared them up amongst themselves. Here, Sterling, you take 10. If there are 30, you take 10. Loxley, you take 10. Dr. Macfield, you take 10. We'll share them amongst us. And then they start to mark the papers and everything. And the proof of that being true was there were many instances, because when the postal ballots are issued to you, you're issued with something called a certificate of identity that has to be signed by you and has to be witnessed by someone else. You're issued with a ballot paper. You're issued with a ballot paper envelope with a number on it that matches the number on the ballot paper. And when we started to open them, they were all mixed up.
Right.
So that told you that they had all been intermingled by those persons sitting around the table and handing them among
And the law is
themselves.
that if you open the first part and it doesn't correspond, then you don't go to the second part where the ballot is.
Yeah.
But I saw that personally in the 96 election. So, okay, that was 96 and this is, well, not 96, but not that long ago. So then let me ask, from that perspective, we now understand that there was a change, a last-minute change, according to the press release, of the mobile voting and the postal ballots being now introduced into the wider ballot box.
Yes.
The justification being that since it's such a smaller number that we would not be able to so easily, potentially anyway, identify the voters. First to you, Mr. Art, what do you think of that? Is that, well...
Well, I had the opportunity to speak to a candidate this afternoon about that, and that candidate said that they agreed when approached by the supervisor of election about these changes, that they agreed with it. It was something that was recommended in the election observers report in 2017, and the rationale behind it was that the smaller number of postal ballots that had been issued in some constituencies. For instance, you may have had 3 postal ballots issued. If you have 2 or 3 candidates in that district, or if you have more than one, and there are only 3 postal ballots, and those postal ballots, when they're being counted,
separately,
they reflect the vote for only one candidate, then those candidates will know exactly who voted, because you publish a list of the persons who have been issued a postal ballot. So if 3 of us here have been issued with a postal ballot, and we all vote for the same one individual gets all 3 of those votes, then they know who didn't vote for them. So what was suggested was that the postal ballots and the mobile votes, they all be mixed together and counted this way. It reduces. As a matter of fact, if you will allow me,
yes, sir,
Mr. Sterling, during the banks, I'll read the release, and it says that at the request of the Supervisor of Elections Cabinet today, that's yesterday, Tuesday, the 13th of April, 2021, changed the election rules surrounding general elections. The amendment will allow postal and mobile station ballots to be mixed with ballots on election day boxes prior to the start of the count. The supervisor of Elections put forward the change to protect the secrecy of the vote. A very small number of postal and mobile voters in some constituencies this year meant that an individual could count the number of in that box might allow persons to infer the identity of voters and how they cast their ballot. Supervisor of Elections, Wesley Howard, noted that the recommendations had been previously put forward by the international observers. Secrecy of the vote is the cornerstone of any democracy, and it is essential that we be vigilant in our protection, whatever circumstances may arise. Given the low number of mobile and postal ballots cast in some electoral districts in this election, we realized there would be an issue and took prompt steps to address it. So
just for the picture then, right? So the word picture, we've got the mobile and the postal ballots. They're received. They're normally placed in a secure box, and then normally at election account, they're then taken out and counted. This time, what happens? I mean, I read the press release. How is that process? That ballot box, is that ballot box that when they're received, then it's taken and dumped into everybody else, or is it separate?
They're gonna be, for instance, you may have in one constituency you may have 2 polling stations,
right?
A to F, G to Z, whatever, right? So you're going to take those ballots and you're going to mix them with the votes,
right?
For that.
But just so that, because I had a similar conversation with a couple of candidates today. This was one of the announced yesterday, as you referenced, right? So Cabinet in its meeting made a decision not to infer anything disparaging against him, but just to try to understand it. And since it was just recent, there are still some who said, well, I'm not quite sure I get it. Because normally, once the postal ballots are received, they're put in the secure box, and then those are normally counted first since they're a smaller amount.
Or if they're not counted first, they're processed first, because there is a very elaborate step that has to be followed in terms of opening up the postal ballot.
So how is that now going to unfold? Because before they were separate and distinct, now we're going to count the postal ballots, and then we'll come out and everybody understands, and if the identification is wrong, we don't go to the ballot itself, because then that ballot is spoiled. But in this instance, is it then that they're going to take those postal ballots, put them into the other ones? How is that going to unfold?
They're going to process the postal ballots as usual in terms of verifying that there's a proper certificate of identity, that the ballot paper number matches the number on the ballot paper envelope.
Right.
And they're going to work their way through it until they end up with just a valid ballot.
Okay.
That valid ballot then will be placed in a box, and then when they start to count, they're going to amalgamate everything and count them all together. So you will not be able to then say, here's the number of postal ballots that a particular candidate may have received votes from. They won't be able to do that now.
But OC, the problem then, we're not going to have proper statistics.
The audit is
the audit is not going to be proper because we will not know who voted by postal and who voted and who walked to the polls and voted in the district.
Right. But does it matter?
It does matter.
That was going to be my question. Does it really matter?
How does it matter?
It matters because we want to know. We want to have the statistic to know how many people are voting from abroad and how many people are voting from from not from abroad, but who are running by postal ballots and who are voting because we want to know.
You will still get that. You will still get that information because we know the number of postal ballots that have been issued, and I have those figures here as well. Right. We know the number of postal ballots that have been issued. They will be able to count because those postal ballots are deposited in a ballot box. So when they open that postal ballot box, they're going to take out all of the contents of it, and they're going to count them individually, and they will say, here we have 50 postal ballots that have been received.
I understand that.
Right? In the case, you're going to end up with 3, so we understand why they're doing it. So you're going to know that 50 have been received. We know that possibly the number may have been 60 that were mailed out, but you only received 50 back. So you have all of that information. You have it there.
But
so
we want to know who walks to the polls and who doesn't walk to the polls, and how what the statistics are that we have to provide for postal ballots for people. I'm not saying anything that disparaging. I'm not saying anything disparaging against that, but I remember many years ago, 50 ballots from Georgetown ended up in a Bordon Town box, and that was never accounted for. It just went off quietly, and it was not discussed, and it was not actually analyzed, and there was no answer for that. And so, these things can happen. I'm not saying that it did happen in this election, but these things can happen.
I understand, but what you have to understand is that the only difference is that when you count those votes, irrespective of whether it's a postal ballot, a mobile ballot, or whatever, it is going to a particular candidate, and when you count those, they're going to all be counted together. You still know how many postal ballots were issued. You still know how many postal ballots were received. You still know how many mobile votes were cast. All of those figures are still there. All still there.
So, okay. Corresponding with 3 people who are listening to our discussion. For those who join us, we always have Mr. Art Connor, Dr. Steve McField, Nika Conley, and Mr. Loxley Banks. And as we're looking at getting the results, saying 3 separate individuals sharing a similar concern relative to, well, is there, without sort of disparaging and inferring anything, the potential now that with the postal ballots being commingled, that's one word, so that's probably not counted. No offense. Funds are being commingled. With potentially now, is there the opportunity for something nefarious to be, that was the word from one of the other 2, right, to be implied? So nothing at all.
Anyone who would imply anything nefarious do not understand, and I don't want to sound demeaning in any way.
No.
They don't really understand the process. The verification process is still going to take place on the opening of those postal ballots. The only difference is that you're not going to have one box being identified as simply postal ballots. Now, there may be a strong argument in those electoral districts where you have quite a high number of postal ballots that have been issued, of doing it the old way, because it is more difficult than to, if you have 50 voters as opposed to just 3 voting by postal ballot, then you're not able to distinguish much as easy with the 50 as you are with the 3. So there may be a strong argument for those with larger numbers to do it that way. If we for a minute go back to the U.S. elections, just in November of last year, and Donald Trump and those swing states.
Oh yes.
And he was leading at first, and all of the mobile votes, the mail-in votes, the military votes, all of those things have not been counted yet, and he cried foul because of that. We know that there are candidates in the old days who were waiting for that postal ballot box to be counted, because that is where their bread was buttered. And you remember the conversation that we had earlier. Yeah. We know why their bread was buttered, because they buttered it themselves prior to that.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yes.
So that can't happen now.
I remember hearing around that counting table, well, the next box, the high tide is gonna flow.
Yes.
They were very.
So everybody, that should be okay then, from the perspective that we should be cool. It shouldn't be an issue. Nobody should have any. Because I think one of the things we can pride ourselves on with our elections is first and foremost the civility of our voters or electors when we go to the polls. We always seem to be eager to get there. The numbers, Mr. O'C can probably pull it up, but when I looked at it earlier, the high percentage of in some of the polling districts was that before midday. A lot of us have already gone to the polls. There are some of us who say, well, I can be busy then, let me wait till 5 o'clock. I'll walk in and walk out. But we tend to go to the polls in a high percentage. We tend to be very civil, very organized, very disciplined, and very prayerful with respect to our vote. The other thing is that we've had extreme confidence in the electoral process relative to its administration. So we wouldn't want that to be anything otherwise. But that was why, given maybe the 11th hour of the change, when numbers have said, well, wow, why do that now? The justification sounds good. In some places, West Bay Central and Savannah had over 100 postal ballots. The others had probably 50, less than 50.
Yes.
Right? So, but again, all right, we got a good team coverage across the entire country. We've got, as usual, the instructive sort of approach of Mr. Loxley Banks and giving us some clips from, generations past. Mr. Loxley?
Well, and Joel, you can get that 01369 clip up, 01369 in temp. This is a short 2 minutes and 20-second excerpt from actually a news magazine, Sunday News Magazine, that we did in 1985, talking about one of the pertinent and pressing needs of the day. Now, if you listen to the clip, you'll see that it is still pressing. And I think maybe we can look at how we really address this, the core of what's happening here. So,
yes, sir.
So Joel?
Okay. So before we go to that clip, Mr. Loxley?
Yeah, the clip is in temp, in the temp file.
Okay. We'll put that up in a second, and I'm eagerly anticipating the excellent teamwork of our entire, coverage from the Radio Cayman team. Just for those listening, we have in Cayman Brac, for instance, we have Miss Paulette Conley to give us some returns and reports. In East End, Paula Carl, North Island, Burn Eden, West Bay. She drew the favorite spot, Dion Angland, so she'll be bringing us the coverage from West Bay. And Bordon Town, Shanda Gallego, Savannah, JJ the Iceman Georgetown will bring us through. And Newlands, we have Anita. And of course, with Georgetown being, chopped and bobbed into 7 bits and pieces, we're putting our teams all over the place. So for Prospect and Red Bay, Kathy Miller, and Georgetown, Felicia Rankin Gonzalez, an amazing addition to our team here. We also have Ray Singh helping out there. So as we listen to them, in a minute we'll get Joel to pop us into them. But Ms. Anika, from your perspective, we're honored to have not just someone of your caliber, of your experience, and of sort of the roles that you played, the hats you've worn, the way you've been an ambassador for our country. But sitting here, for me, it's amazing. What's your take on tonight? We always say every election is the most important election. And I think this one, not only because it's the second time under the cut up and broken up bits and pieces that Mr. O'C likes,
Yes.
which I don't. But your take, Mom. What do you think about tonight and where we are and what we're doing?
For me, this has been an enlightening and amazing experience so far. I am honored to be here among very, legendary folks in radio in Cayman, and just listening to all the conversation that's going around just about the history of our country. I think it's so important for us to understand where we come from, how we got here, and that kind of gives us an idea of where we're going, because as you said, we think that this is the biggest election, everything is in the right now, but when we look at the past elections and everything that's happened before, how we were talking about the vote buying and everything, we see that there are some things that come through the years that we can't escape from, because it's, I guess, part of our culture, part of who we are, or part of the philosophies that we are looking forward to for our country. So for me, it's enlightening for me and exciting for me because there are more female candidates. I think,
All right.
Women's empowerment.
Was that the cruise ship coming into the port? All right. Maybe that's how. Maybe that's how we announce him. So what we're going to do with our team around the table? No, I wish it was.
Yeah.
I would settle for the gold field, but all right, that's how we're going to announce our Raymond Singh, who is going to give us an update. And well, Ray, hey, thanks for joining us, man. How are you?
Good evening. Thank you.
Was that the conch shell you were trying to blow?
Well, I heard you guys announce my presence with the conch shell blowing. Is that what I heard?
Yeah. Well, actually, it was. I think it was someone else. Need more food. That might have been.
We having dinner catered?
Yeah. Oh, we are indeed. And I would say it was me, but I was treated to a wonderful, festive, interlude earlier, so it was nice. But tell us about what happened in your place, man.
Well, I'm down over at Georgetown West by Cayman Brac. School very quiet down here, which I understand is quite the norm around most of the polling stations right now. As vote counts underway, and the exclusion. What I will say is the exclusion zone has been well enforced, especially the two locations that I've been at. I was over at Georgetown North by Georgetown Primary shortly, about 30 minutes ago, and the same over there. They weren't allowing anybody near the polling center itself, and very few people outside at that point of the night. We did manage to speak with Mr. Luigi Moxham and just got his take on the election process overall and where we're at. But right here we're by Georgetown West by Cayman Brac. Again, really quiet. We've got 4 candidates obviously vying for their seat as Member of Parliament with Ms. Paulina McLumpton, Mr. Elio Solomon, Dr. Kendrick Webster, and Mr. David White. Just some history from this particular location. Obviously, David White, a member of the PPM government, fighting to retain his seat. Mr. Solomon, who ran in 2017, again fighting for his chance at this one. However, back in 2017, he had only acquired about 11% of the vote back then. We'll see if he can make any further headway this year. I heard a comment recently just now about the women empowerment side of things, and there's a number of female candidates who are vying for a seat as a member of parliament. And with Ms. Paulina, one of the female candidates running in this year's election, the only female candidate over here in Georgetown West. But looking at the stats for female-to-male voters over here in this particular constituency, there are 710 female voters to 535. So the big question for myself is whether that will play into her vote count at the end of the night. She did quite well when she ran in 2017, but she ran in Georgetown North against Mr. Joey Hugh, who won his seat, the current sitting cabinet minister for commerce, planning, and infrastructure. So we'll see if the ratio of female to male voters over here in Georgetown West does offer her any further headway. But as far as the polling station today throughout the day, according to the stats that we have available to us now, roughly 906 people have cast their ballot. That includes mobile voting, so roughly about 70% of the total number of eligible voters here in Georgetown West. But the day started off quite heavy, averaging roughly about 100 people per hour coming through, and then slowly trickling down throughout the day, finalizing at that 906 number as of the 6 o'clock cutoff. And that's where we're at over here at Georgetown West.
All right. So I was going to ask OC in particular, but really thank you for that. And, as you've sort of observed it, 70%, Mr. OC, surprisingly low compared to what we expected.
It is.
Or have had experience in the norm, right?
Yes, it is low. We're normally in the upper 70s.
High 80s sometimes.
High 80s, yes, as well. Yeah.
So I'm wondering, because I looked at it earlier, and I don't know, I'll ask you to look at the screen to see what updates were, but 70%.
That's in Georgetown West.
Yeah.
A Georgetown West constituency.
Would we want to weigh in as to why we think it is that number as opposed to maybe what we may have seen in the past?
If we were to judge everything by the activity on social media, I would have expected to see a higher turnout. Yeah. And whether or not it was just too much, we heard some of the candidates complain about not enough time for canvassing because the House was dissolved earlier than usual. But I wonder if we had in a longer period of time, there may have been more campaign fatigue than we're having now. And if the numbers are consistent throughout, then it is something that we really need to analyze and to look at to see exactly why. I know, for instance, the number of postal ballots, if those numbers are down.
And they are, seemingly.
They are down, yes.
That would be as a result of COVID-19 and not as many people traveling abroad and being abroad and wanting to be home. So that I can understand. But I hope that we're not seeing apathy in this country when, as far as voting is concerned.
Mm-hmm. So we have Mr. Loxley Banks and Nika Connolly, Dr. Steve McField and Mr. Art Connolly join us for this evening's broadcast. We have the Radio Cayman team dispersed throughout the entire country, including the country of West Bay. No, just kidding.
Yes.
Once the bridge goes through, no, just kidding. So Mr. Loxley has, as you were sharing with us earlier, always, what do you call it? The Wattle and Daub archives?
The Wattle Vault.
The Wattle Vault.
Okay.
Yeah, he has a treasure trove, right? So set us up. So this is the clip with Captain Charles?
Yes.
Okay.
And as you know, he was the minister or the executive council for communications and works. Mm-hmm. And it deals with the transportation problem, which is a big problem today. So after you hear it, it's only 2 minutes, we can say or look at why are we still having to deal with this. Mm-hmm. So Joel, if you got it ready now, I hope you can bring it up.
The following is an edited excerpt from a 1985 Radio Cayman Sunday News magazine, which was aired on Sunday afternoon, produced by Radio Cayman's former Deputy Director and Chief News Editor, Doran Miller, addressing the various pertinent and pressing concerns in the Cayman Islands community.
Executive Council Member for Communications, works in District Administration, Captain Charles Kirkconnell explains what government is doing about the matter.
The government has asked Public Works to present us with a plan, and they have produced a master ground transportation plan, which was approved by Executive Council and Finance Committee, and funds to cover the initial study have been provided for in the 1986 budget. On North Church Street and West Bay Road, the average daily traffic exceeds 15,000 vehicles, whereas the theoretical capacity is 11,800 per day. Crew Road, with a similar capacity, has a daily count averaging over 12,000 vehicles daily. Developers are also asking us every week about the location of the new road, but we are unable to tell them precisely where it will be built until the study has been completed and the requirements are clearly stated. Our Chief Engineer, Mr. Don E. Banks, has recommended that an external professional service be employed to conduct the master plan study, as neither the PWD nor any other government department have the capacity or capability to properly carry out a study of this magnitude.
Well, Captain Charles, it's glaringly evident, I think, that with the two new hotels being located on the 7 Mile Beach area on the West Bay Road, that this has to be a priority area in terms of traffic congestion.
We agree with you. I agree with you wholeheartedly, Doran. And the planning department has been asked by Executive Council to ensure that sufficient priority is given to the study of the 7 Mile Beach corridor, and to ensure also that the necessary data will be available to the Chief Engineer when he needs it. The research team from the University of Tennessee in Knoxville are already at work gathering this data, and this area has been given priority.
All right, welcome back and thank you. That was a clip from the Wattle Vault almost 4 decades ago, and we know the voices of Captain Charles Kirkconnell, and I think a gentleman who was well respected, even still heavily respected. Maybe Miss Anika, I'll come to you first, because we see the heads around the table and the experience and expertise, but we see the going forward, us, our children, their children are still going to be affected by the traffic, the environment, the development. We missed the mark then. What do you think? What do you think now?
I have 2 things to say about the traffic issue. And the fact that we're listening to something that was recorded and a problem 40 years ago, you said?
Mm-hmm. 85.
And we're still having that problem today. We're not getting it.
Right.
And my thoughts on why that is one, we can create as many roads, 6-lane, 8-lane, 12-lane roads as we want, but as long as everyone has to come together at the Grand Harbor roundabout, there will always be traffic, in my view, up on the eastern side of the island. And secondly, do we really need to import as many cars as we're importing? Is my question. I went to school in Canada. I did 6 years of education up there, and I didn't have my own car. I took the bus because it was reliable. Even people, lawyers, teachers, everybody was taking the bus and the subway because it was a reliable system. It was a clean system. And I think that if we looked at something like that for Cayman to have a more regulated public service transportation, we would see a mass reduction in the traffic problem here, and we wouldn't have to worry about looking at how many more roads we can build or make and how many more concessions we can give for customs and duties and whatnot. We wouldn't have to worry so much about that because we would have the problem fixed, in my view.
All right, we do have a couple of questions and comments on our WhatsApp that we want to share as well. And I think, Mr. Wilson, we've got some interviews from our news team and the Radio Cayman team. Want to play some of those? So this is Anita Khan, and she was stationed up in Savannah, or in Newlands.
Amen. Good afternoon. I'm speaking with Mr. Wayne Panton, candidate for Newlands. Good afternoon, Mr. Panton.
Good afternoon. Almost evening now.
Yes.
Pleasure to be here with you.
It's been a good day today?
Very busy day. Very tiring day. But you know, this is the day. This is the day you win or lose. So we have to put in the time and the effort. Have to keep going. And of course, the really nerve-wracking part that's coming up is the counting. That's the, not moment of truth, but that's the several hours of truth, more than likely. So we'll see how that goes. I have been extremely proud of the people I've had the pleasure to work with. I've been extremely proud of the campaign that we have run without any mudslinging, without attacking people. Being very positive, being clear and specific about the things we want for the country, the things that we want for our communities. So, yeah, I'm glad to be at the end of today for the, for the polling, and now we're into the counting session. So we'll see how it goes. I'm optimistic, cautiously optimistic for my team, which is Community Creates Country. So we'll see how that goes. I'm looking forward to some pleasant surprises and seeing things turn out the way we hope it will.
Now, just in the worst case scenario, Mr. Panton, that you don't win tonight, what would be in the future for you?
Well, I'd have to think about it. I'd have to take the time to consider what my options are, and the election is another 4 years away. I don't know. I mean, I do think I believe that we need to stop this thing of electing people for 4, 5, 6 terms and this sort of thing. So I'm not sure. I'd have to consider it, to be perfectly honest. I don't know whether I would continue, but I'm always going to be in my community. I'm always going to be involved to some extent or another, no matter what happens. But obviously I'm looking forward to the opportunity to be the MP for my home community of Newlands, and I'm looking forward to making a big difference for the people of my community.
Mr. Wayne Panton, thank you so much for stopping by to speak with me, and I wish you all the best and looking forward to the countdown tonight.
Thank you very much, and good evening to all of your listeners.
Thank you. This is Anita for Radio Cayman. I'm in Newlands at the polling station, well, within my out of the restricted area, that is, and I'm speaking with Mr. Roydell Carter. Roydell, how did this day go for you?
Well, no issues at all. The process was very straightforward. I didn't see any unnecessarily long lines or any issues that cropped up, so I'm happy with the process.
So are you looking forward to the count as we progress through the evening?
Certainly the count is the exciting part, and you have to be prepared for the outcome of that. But yes, definitely I'm looking forward to that, and I'm hoping at the end of it, I'll be a successful candidate, and if that's not the case, well then, certainly we'll have to work with the results. But I am looking forward to the count.
This is your first time running for politics, period. Are you willing to go through this process again, another term?
Well, the most difficult thing I think is to put your foot forward, get into politics, because of the a number of issues and challenges, and it takes a lot for an individual to step forward. But nonetheless, I'm glad that I did so, and I'm certainly glad and looking forward to the outcome.
Roydell, thank you so much, and we wish you all the best.
Thank you very much, and thanks to all the constituents that came out and voted today, and all of the supporters. I really appreciate that, and wishing them all the best as well.
And this is Anita reporting for Radio Cayman from Newlands.
Hey, welcome back, and thanks for joining us. And in the studio, joining me for tonight's Radio Cayman live election, results coverage, Mr. Art Corner, Dr. Steve McField, and Nika Conley, and none other than the legend himself, Mr. Loxley Banks. Mr. Loxley?
Yeah, well, picking up where what Anika was saying there about the traffic problem. We keep building roads, but I think we have not really looked at the core of what is at this problem, is that we build roads, but then we create more log jams up ahead of us. Yeah. So it's like we're digging a well in front of us. We're moving forward, we're digging wells in front of us. So we're always at this junction where we got more vehicles than the roads can accommodate, and we're still bringing in more, and we don't have a plan to regulate. I say regulate or guide. Let's say efficiently guide the development. So your development is running way. Now, I suppose I know it happens in other jurisdictions like that also, but here we ought to be able to, and we've been looking at it for so long, 1985, 40 years, and we're no further ahead now than we were at that point.
But Mr. Loxley, I also studied in Canada. I spent 19 years there, and I remember coming back. I was talking about, urban geography and who was the urban planner. In those places, we have urban planners that plan cities and plan communities and plan towns. They plan how to get in, how to get out, and how to operate inside. And that's the difference. We sort of don't want to listen to anything except what we think is best for us, individually. I noticed that Captain Charles said that there were no people qualified to make that kind of plan for the future traffic in the Cayman. Well, when I joined an NRA several years ago, I think it was maybe 19 years ago, but now, maybe yes. They had a proper department, an engineering department, and a planning department for roads, engineering and planning department for roads. And I discovered that the University of Manchester organizes a course for executives for road authorities, and it's put on by the World Bank and the IMF, and it's called Road Management and Road Financing. And I took time out of my practice as a member of the board for directors for the NRA, and I took the course. And one of the main things about it is how to plan roads, how to plan the highways, infrastructure, subways, and and how to pay for them. Now, we have a roads authority, we have the roads law, but one of the problems that we have here is that every roads law and all over the world, and the professor was emphasizing this, and I was quite interested in this. We have the roads law that calls for a roads fund. Now the roads fund is funded by the money that you pay for gasoline, the tax on gasoline, diesel, to get your car registered and driver's license and things like that. That goes into a roads fund. Now we have that in the law, but we don't have in the roads fund set up, because all the money that comes up that I just told you about goes into the central government. And when it gets $50 million, ministers can parachute into it and take money to do what they want with it, and there's no money to fund roads. So what will happen is that the roads authority sends their request to the roads fund to say, this is what we have to do, and it's never done. Now there is a development plan for roads with the National Roads Authority, because the board at the time that I was on saw that we had a plan. We have a development plan from roads from Queens Highway all the way to West Bay. Even a plan for a ground transportation system that would take traffic all through the island. That plan has never been implemented. One of the people who was instrumental in bringing that plan forward was Parchment. He was the chief engineer, and the gentleman who's the now chief engineer now, he was the planner. Howard, he was the planner, and so they're not interested in hearing anything from anybody. You notice that they say that the chief engineer say that we have to get someone from abroad to do this. We have people here capable of doing it. It has been done already. Or we have to implement it and use the people that we have inside with the knowledge. So when I came back, I tried to amend the roads law to put all of these things into place. And of course, you know what happened to me. I was shot down, and my board chairman, Mr. Errol Bush, was told not to bother with all this sort of stuff. It's good how it is. So we have an urban planner. In the city of Vancouver, we have an architect. We have Master Erickson. He planned a new city. They even had to go underground and put pedestrians under the ground, and put businesses under the ground in Vancouver Center because it was so crowded, and ban cars from coming into the city proper. Only bus could bring you in the city and take you out. We have to start thinking like that. But of course, if you're local, and you have a local address, and if you look like me, they don't want to hear from you, unfortunately. And so it will be like this forever, it seems to be, because another thing is that it seems like we had just discovered the motor vehicle. We had just discovered the car. That's what it seems to me.
You got to get everyone.
Yes.
And we are live. We're sort of with bated breath, waiting for the results to come in.
Drum roll.
And we would expect them to hear from North Side or East End first, usually North Side, and then East End, because they have a smaller number.
And I think we're going to see the results in a lot earlier this time than we did in the past, where we were up to dawn almost. So joining us, we started Connell, Dr. Steve McField, Anika Connolly, and Mr. Lachlan Banks. Of course, the phone lines are open if callers want to call in and share. And Mr. Art?
Yeah, I have something I'd like to share with you. This is one of our listeners referring to our conversation that we had earlier about the mixing of the postal and the mobile ballots. And this listener says the authenticity of the postal ballots and in turn the statistics will be generated during the verification process. The actual viewing of the ballot will take place along with all of the other ballots. And what he means by that is that when a ballot paper is taken out of the ballot box, the returning officer or the deputy returning officer, whoever is conducting the count, will call out the name of the candidates for whom the vote has been given. The ballot paper is held up so that all of the agents and candidates who are present in the counting room can see that ballot paper. There is a number, ballot paper number that is on there, and that will be obscured by the hand or the thumb so that the individuals can't see that, but he can see for whom the vote has been given. So that caller has said that's where the verification process will take place. He said, along with all the ballots. What will be forfeited is knowing how postal voters voted. That is the purpose of the amendment, as the writer says that he understands it. The purpose of the amendment is so that you cannot know for whom, which voter voted for whom, for which candidate.
So, but in that instance, then, will it be a case that the postal ballots, just as I listen to what a message as you read it, the postal ballot is going to go into the same box. When it's now retrieved, and everybody sees it, you can see there's a valid vote, but you can't tell if it's a postal ballot,
or
mobile or a regular one.
Right.
And we understand the confidentiality issue. Probably it's an issue that could become belabored at some point, but this person is writing in and saying, but wait a minute, just as is the practice in some of the cases where we're concerned about proprietary and the like, could there be an instance where, well, that may not necessarily lead to the postal ballots actually getting in there? And hence the reference against by that early person with commingling. How do we know that? Is it a matter of trust? How do we know that those ballots that are put in to mix with the rest of them are in fact the postal and other mobile votes that were received?
Yeah, because they're going to be processed in front of the candidates and the agents. The processing of that takes place before they're put into the ballot box.
So, the postal ballot box is going to be processed between the candidate and the agent before they put into the.
Okay. If I can just interject, right? This is unofficial coming out of the district where Mr. Seymour. Dwayne John Seymour is contesting against the former health minister, Mr. Osborne Bordon.
Bordon Town East.
And unofficial. You want to take a guess as what the results are so far? Anybody? So Mr. Seymour is ahead, 139 to Mr. Oz's 86. This is unofficial. It's not on the website. Don't ask me how I got this, okay?
Okay.
So unofficially, that's the result that we're getting from...
preliminary results.
Yeah, preliminary. It's official now. Okay. All right. It came a couple minutes ago, but I wanted to make sure because you not see it online there. Okay.
And what box is that?
Oh man. All right. So, Mr. O.C., are you getting it on your screen there to see where we are?
No, I haven't gotten. I'm not sure whether or not they're uploading anything onto the elections website at this point in time. I'm on there. But if I may take the liberty. And, I'll sort of like almost put my reputation on. There are some key districts that we can look at, and we look at the results and whether or not we will see a trend taking place.
So before you do that, Mr. All right, just to confirm, that result is official. I don't know, maybe we can refresh the screen and see if we can get it on the other side, because we don't need that. Yeah. So 139 to Dwayne John Seymour to Oz's 86. That's no official. I appreciate getting that information.
Is
that's official?
But is it a preliminary or final?
No. This is the first count.
Okay, well,
that's probably the first ballot box.
Yeah. And we do have Ms. Paulette Conley doing us a report, so let's go to her and get that as well. Hey, Ms. Paulette.
Gentlemen.
Evening, ma'am.
How are you?
Excellent. How are you?
Oh, I'm going to use your words tonight, Dwayne. I'm blessed and highly favored.
Amen.
I am in the beautiful island of Cayman Brac. It's been a magnificent 2 days here, being able to report from Cayman Brac and to talk about what's happening on the sister islands for this election. Right now, I'm parked outside the 300 feet, or as old people used to say, 300 foot line. And I don't have any results as yet. I am by the Cayman Brac East counting station. This year, Cayman Brac East will be counted by the multipurpose hall, which is right to the east of the football stadium or the sports stadium. And Cayman Brac West and Little Cayman will be counted at the Aston Rutty Center. So I will be shuttling between the two places as the night progresses. There's really nobody here right now. I think people have gone home after the polls close at 6 o'clock to freshen up and get something to eat and then come back out for the activities that's going to take place a little later. Checking the official results today, Cayman Brac East has 477 registered voters, and they had a turnout today between mobile, postal, and in-person votes 381. The count was 381, or 80.04%. Now, in the 2017 election, the incumbent, Miss Juliana Connolly O'Connor, had 55.15% of the vote, and Mr. Dixon had 44.85%.
That was the last election.
That was in 2017, and we
Right.
had an overall total of 408 votes cast in 2017. This election, Cayman Brac West and Little Cayman had 582 registered voters, and they had a turnout of 370 persons between mobile, postal, and in-person, or 63.79%. In 2017, incumbent Mr. Moses Colonel III had 76.07%, and Ms. Maxine Moore, who was an independent candidate in the election, then had 23.93%, or a total of 397 votes which were cast in the 2017 election. So there has been some reduction for Cayman Brac West and Little Cayman overall, and for Cayman Brac East as well this year. However, the percentage is higher for Cayman Brac East in this 2021 election than it is for Cayman Brac West and Little Cayman. Yeah, go ahead.
No, and this is where I think as we go around the country, we see where we are. Now, we're just trying to navigate to make sure we can get the results as they come in, because we don't want to be 20 minutes behind the ball.
So she's actually saying that the count has not started yet in Cayman Brac?
Is that what? Yeah. So
No, it has started.
Oh, okay.
It has started. What I did say was that the count for Cayman Brac East is a different location from Cayman Brac West and Little Cayman. Cayman Brac East is at the multipurpose hall to the east of the sports complex, and Cayman Brac West and Little Cayman is at the Aston Rutty Center.
And both are progressing as you speak.
Yes, both are.
Okay. Are you getting any kind of results up there while you're near the ground?
No, they will not allow me to go any closer than to the barricade by the 300 feet marker, and so I'm not able to speak to anyone. I'm not allowed to speak to anyone, and there are really no persons from the public out here as yet. It's just the election official vehicles that I see and the Royal Cayman Islands police that are stationed there, and that's it. There was a football game going on, but that has since been completed. So it's just me, myself, and I, and
Yes, ma'am.
that's it.
All right, well, so we get some other results.
Paulette.
Yes, sir, Steve.
Can you give me the numbers of on the voters list again up there? Cayman Brac, Cayman Brac West.
Cayman Brac West, 582.
82, and the numbers of voted casted.
The number of people that cast their votes for Cayman Brac West today was 370 persons.
370. That's down.
Yeah.
Significantly.
Yeah.
Wow. All right, well.
And Cayman Brac East was 477 registered voters.
477?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And 381 persons cast their vote.
381. Yes.
Okay.
Or 80% of that number.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, we're hearing high numbers in this.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. And we're hearing high numbers in East End that turned out to vote, almost approaching the 90%. But as we get this up now, we want to get the count in so we know where we're going with it.
Mm-hmm.
Our engineer is fiercely working to get this thing all in goal. But Mr. Loxley, well, actually, we got a couple of other comments that came through going back to earlier conversations relative to postal ballots and mobile voting. But postal ballots in particular, I wanted to know if there's a deadline, a timeline by which they have to be returned and received and counted. We know that they have to be issued, but if you oversee somewhere, university or elsewhere, and you're sending it back, if it comes in tomorrow, is it too late? Is next week too late?
Yes, you can return a postal ballot up to the close of the polls, which is at 6 o'clock. Which would have been 6 o'clock this evening.
So they had to be received
by then.
So
and it can be by hand as well. So you can actually hunt down, find your returning officer for your constituency and hand it to them, which I hope at some point in time I get the opportunity to make some comments on a complaint that was registered by one of the candidates, Mr. Alric Lindsay, in relation to the one of the returning officers having ballot boxes with him, and it seems as if Mr. Alric Lindsay does not really understand that particular section of the elections law and what it states. Now, he may have a point in terms of the transparency and accountability and everything, but the elections law makes no provisions for agents or candidates to accompany a postal ballot box that is in the possession of the returning officer. The reason that returning officer has that postal ballot box with him is that during the course, and bearing in mind that the returning officer is the official who is in charge of the elections in a particular constituency.
Right. I wanted to revisit that in a second, but
sure.
I'm getting sort of reports. I mean, we're having some challenges getting the results here.
Yeah.
But we're getting results sort of through an unofficial source that indicating, say, for Westfield Central, results are coming in. We're not used to being behind the 8 ball.
Yeah.
Let's get on this.
What if the elections office is not posting, because it seems as if their intentions are maybe to post at the completion of every ballot box or wait until the final count before they do so.
So you're not getting that,
I'm not saying I'm not getting anything on here now.
So they're posted and
they're actually coming from the elections website.
Yeah, we're getting stuff here. I just need you to help us to get it.
Well, I may need another technical person to come in here with me to see what we can do with this.
All right, Miss Norma is in. She's going to help us out here.
Okay.
But we've seen West Bay Central, results coming in. And all right, let's go to the phones first and join a couple of these callers. Hey, good evening. Thanks for calling.
Yes, good evening. I had a question for the panelists. Just thinking about, I guess, how the demographics in the border community is changing in the islands with, some of the status grants that happened a little bit further back, and then with some of the changes around PR and stuff over the last few years, there's a wave of new voters coming in I know the count has the voter community is much bigger this election than previously, but I'd be interested to get your take on how the change in voter demographics will affect politics in the next few years in the islands.
An interesting question. And we're getting increasingly more and more results coming across from everything else. So let me see if I can map across here. We'll see. Way past your official assistant and go to mine.
Okay, yeah.
All right.
Say something about updating the browser.
Yeah.
It's time.
All right. So, come on, Aniki, you probably need to read this for me. So let's take this off. Enter listeners, take us to the phones, Mr. Wilson, and we'll answer that question from the call in a second. Hey, good evening. Welcome. Thanks for calling.
Good evening, Dwayne and panelists. This is JJ at Dalco, the Iceman, out in Savannah.
Yes, sir.
A little bit of update. Right now, it's just the mosquitoes, the moonlight, and myself and the officials here. No crowds whatsoever. But the numbers for South Sound, Georgetown South, and Savannah, we had 1,335 registered voters in Georgetown South. 928 folks came out and cast their votes, 69.51%. In Savannah, 1,466 eligible voters, and 953 came out to vote, some 65.01%.
I'm real baffled by these numbers.
Yeah. All right. Well, this is something else here that we were looking at to make sure we're getting it. From there, was he? Nothing else from yours?
No, nothing. You want to try it and see?
I think it's just the internet, man. Let me try
I'm
to see.
seeing something here. I mean, I don't know if this is accurate.
So elections.ky has it, and you read it, tell me what you see. Yeah.
I don't want to read it out if it's wrong, but if I'm wrong, y'all can correct me.
Elections.ky, let me try that and see what you come up with.
But I saw here Cayman Brac East has results in.
So we got Miss Juliana at 155 and Elvis at 60.
At 60, correct, yep. And then I'm also seeing Georgetown North. Are you seeing that as well?
Yeah.
With Joseph Hugh at 158 and Renard Moxham at 133.
That's Johan?
Johan Moxham.
Johan, sorry. Yeah. And then I also see here West Bay Central with Captain Eugene Ebanks at 95 and Catherine Ebanks Wilkes at 163.
Yep. So we're getting the results. We just need to get them in quicker.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm seeing it on the phone and not the iPad, so I don't know if it's something to do with.
I guess we continue from yesterday.
But if I may, Sterling, why don't we answer the question that the caller had? What was the first question you recall?
The influence of the new
demographics that's happening within the community.
Well, I would say that it appears as if those persons who were permanent residents and became British Overseas Territory citizens and eventually acquired Caymanian status, it seems as if those are the persons who are immediately going to the elections office and registering to be electors. We still have to twist arms when it comes to young persons in Cayman, young Caymanians, indigenous Caymanians getting out there and registering and going out there and exercising the franchise as well. And that is worrying. We're finding that the newly created Caymanians, they are the ones who are anxious to exercise the franchise.
But also, does this reflect back on the educational process that we are doing or not doing, as far as making sure our young folks know, democracy, that is the cornerstone, your vote. And aren't we getting that message out, or are we not?
Oh, we're not getting the message out, Mr. Loxley. That's the problem. I have been saying this, and you have been saying this for such a long time. We never really respected education and projected it in our community.
That is our cultural and our heritage.
That's right. And so we're paying the price for that now. And people who come from a different jurisdiction, who understands the throes of democracy and who understands that how to use the democratic system, and who are hungrier than we are, and not as complacent as we are exercising their rights. And I'm afraid, I mean, I say this without fear of contradiction, that in the next two generations, we are not going to be existing here in a democratic sense. We are not going to be the majority running the country. And I mean, this is the trend coming, and we have to start teaching our children how the democratic process works.
Okay.
And even
sorry, Dr. Steve, if I could interrupt. Sorry, I am challenged to use this here for the internet, but let me use what I have.
Sure. Yes. So we have to rely on that for now.
Yeah. So let's go to Newlands, for instance. And this is from the elections website. So for those who've already got it, we're just a little bit behind. I apologize for that. Roy Del Carter in Newlands has 7. Raul Gonzalez has 27. Wayne Panton has 113. And Alva Suku has 59. And that's in Savannah. Let's try to see if we can put up north side for a second. And boy, it's frustrating when technology goes as fast as the brain. Huh?
Yes.
And,
Did you see the Georgetown East results
yeah,
came into?
give us the Georgetown East as well.
Okay, so for Richard Alexander Bernard, 3 votes. Emily Decoux, am I saying that right?
Yeah.
Sorry, 64 votes. Christina Hislop Rawlinson, 15 votes. Frank McField, 14 votes. And Roy McTaggart, 193 votes.
Okay. And we have other results for the other years. Can you pull up on yours?
Let me refresh and see what I get.
All right. And while you do that, let's try the other caller. Hey, good afternoon, or evening. Welcome. Thanks.
Yeah, hi, Dwayne. This is Oren Marin here.
Hi, Mr. Ori, how are you, sir?
I'm well, thank you. And good to hear you in the panel. I was listening to you, heard that you had a little trouble trying to find the results. I'm looking at it on my computer, and it says portal.elections.ky.
Gotcha.
So if you try that, you may get...
No, we got a portal. We just got to get the little wire that connects to the back of the computer and the mouse on the hamster wheel to turn.
In other words, you're having technical difficulties.
That's what they call it. We had that yesterday too.
It's coming through now, so you can keep clicking through at the bottom where it says summary and click on each district and find it. So it's coming through.
No, the results are there, man. It's just
it may also be the large volume of people going onto the website that usually causes it to slow down and crash.
Right. But
it's not affecting me.
No, it's
navigate pretty well right now. So
yeah,
just thought I'd share that with you if it helps.
Thank you, Mr. Pahadu.
All right.
Appreciate it, Ori.
You guys have a good night, and we'll catch up later.
All right. Thanks very much, man. And it's really interesting to see how we make things work sometimes, huh? But we'll get there. Okay.
Radio Cayman's 89.9 FM. DJ Len here once again at the Cradock E-Banks Civic Center in Northside. Once again, we're hanging out on the streets. People are having a good time. People are talking. People are anxious. People are waiting. They want to know who their next Northside representative is going to be. I'm here with an individual. I think you voted today, correct?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so was this your first time? Oh, sorry, there's a lot of noise. Was this your first time voting?
It's my first voting in Northside.
Okay, so where did you previously vote?
I previously voted in Prospect.
Okay, great. So you're familiar with the system and all of that in terms of how voting goes. How was the experience today? Was it hard? Was it difficult? Was it easy?
It was a walk in the park.
So very simple. You came up, you gave people the information, then what happened?
You went inside, you presented your ID, and they directed you to where you would go to vote.
All right, great. So do you have any advice for anyone who may feel like their vote doesn't matter? Do you feel like your vote mattered today?
Yes, my vote mattered today, and I feel that we should all come out and vote and let our voices be heard, as we're Caymanians and we need to stand for what Cayman stands for.
All right, fantastic. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we are reporting live here in Northside. Once again, people are on the streets, on the sidewalks. Some people might be playing dominoes. People are, having a good time talking, communicating. People are anxious. They want to know who's going to be their representative for Northside. Taking it back to you in the studios. DJ Len representing at the Northside polls.
All right, welcome back and thanks for joining us. And around the table, OC, Mr. Art Connor, Dr. Steve McField, Ms. Anika Connolly, together with Mr. Loxter Banks. And as we pull in the results in and out, hopefully we'll get it all squared away. But for that, perhaps we can go back to Bordon Town East for some quick results, and then perhaps, Anika, you could give us some. So for Bordon Town East, we have Osborne Borden with 86, and doing John Seymour with 139. What do we have over there, Miss Anika?
I've got Northside here with Deborah Broderick at 15 votes, Johnny Ebanks at 208 votes, Justin Ebanks with 34 votes, and Dennison Ezard Miller at 127 votes.
Okay.
I think the die has been cast.
The Red Bay. Were you able to pull up Red Bay for us as well?
Let me see.
And it's. But Dr. Steve, when you were sharing that, as Anika brings it up in focus, I mean, Mr. Art talks about die being cast. Okay, well, while you pull up that one, let's get this other result here for West Bay Central. Captain Eugene Ebanks has 95, and Catherine Ebanks Wilkes has 163. This is in West Bay Central thus far.
So the incumbent is behind?
Yes.
The incumbent is at 95.
The incumbent is behind in West Bay Central?
Yes, sir.
Yes. And the incumbent is behind in Northside also.
Mm-hmm. So it's interesting now that we got where we are. And in Mr. Moses in the Brac, OC, that's which section again? Cayman Brac X and Cayman Brac B. Moses Kirkconnell has 315 and Maxine McCoy Moore has 52.
I think that can be called as well.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And to our listeners, I don't know which one is,
So
you got your internet?
Cayman Brac West can be called.
It's loading.
Sterling, if I may interrupt for a
yes,
second.
Sir.
I just there was something I wanted, and I was talking earlier when I came into in the control room. I think there are certain key races that we need to look at that would set the trend if they came in early. If we looked at Red Bay and see what the premier, the incumbent, is doing there. If we look at West Bay West, what the incumbent, Mr. Bush, and how he's faring against Mario Ebanks.
Yeah.
We're seeing what happens in Northside now, and if we look and see what happens in East End, I think that will tell us what the trend is going to be throughout the islands. It will start to trend.
Okay.
Those are the ones that we need to look out for.
And in the north side, what kind of percentage of the voting populace have been counted so far?
Okay.
The total votes there is about 500 and something, north side.
Close to, yeah, I believe it was.
I'll tell you
My page is still loading.
Yep.
North side had a total of 384 votes, according to what I'm seeing.
Registered voters?
Oh, this is not registered voters. Okay. This is just total ballots counted.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll find the registered voters.
And then with that, as we look at the whole sort of scenario, and are there any expected surprises tonight? I mean, that was when he was asking. Maybe we're starting to see it already, but. Well, so you said the die was cast.
Well, there's no surprise. There seems not to be any surprise in Cayman Brac West.
No,
because I think you can call that now.
Yeah, the other one to look for, where if Elvis were to beat Juliana in Cayman Brac as well.
That would be a surprise.
Yeah,
But
and that would be a message that is
Yes.
being sent as well. If that doesn't happen, I don't think that we're going to see a whole lot of changes.
So I think you can call Cayman Brac West. You probably can call that now.
All right, let's go to the phones and join over and sing. Either way,
Hey, thanks again for having me back on.
thank you for calling back in, man.
Yeah, no, I guess I heard you all mention the website being updated with on-the-go stats and results coming in from the polls. And I'm over here at the Georgetown North Election Center again. We were here earlier, I managed to get an interview with Mr. Luigi Moxham. And again, this is one of those close races that I think many did anticipate a very close race over here in Georgetown North with Mr. Joey Hugh and Mr. Johan Moxham both vying for their seat as a member of Parliament. As of right now, with the latest results coming in, roughly 32% of the votes have been counted, roughly, if I got my math correct here. And Mr. Hugh ahead 158 to 133, very close, with still roughly 70% of the vote still to be counted. And as you mentioned earlier in our interview, again here in North, there is a very, on paper, both candidates appearing very, very seasoned. And I think many can say that both could actually really do well at this. Both coming from business backgrounds. We have Mr. Joey Hugh with his series of businesses here in the Manhattan Cleaning Company, Bon Vivant, McDonald's. Not to mention he is the incumbent minister and commerce, planning infrastructure, a former past president of the chamber, past head of the Restaurant Association, and has been members of the boards for the trade and business licensing along with the port authorities. And was elected back in 2013 and took the seat as the counselor within the Ministry of District Administration, Tourism and Transport. And then on the flip side, applying for the seat now, Mr. Johan Moxham, currently with roughly 45% of the votes counted in his favor, having coming from the financial industry, former co-chair of the Chamber of Commerce Economic and Development section, former director of the Cayman Islands Stock Exchange, member of the Business Staffing Board, and not to mention over the past few years, prior to the COVID situation, pandemic coming to the forefront of the conversation, a founding member of the cruise port referendum. So very sitting on polar opposite sides of the fence on some big issues are Mr. Johan and Mr. Hugh here in the Georgetown North District.
If I could, Ray, perhaps just maybe interrupt 1 second.
Please,
and some results over from Red Bay. We got James Samuel Jackson with 180. Alden McLaughlin at 185. That's in Red Bay.
Neck to neck.
And we also have some other results here coming in from, I should have broke the screen on my camera earlier. And West Bay North, Ralston Angland versus Bernie Bush. Ralston Angland has 124. Bernie Bush has 160.
Okay.
So those are the results, and appreciate, outside assistance from, those out there helping us to get through. And to my team, I'm sorry, man, we seem to be.
So do they have the results from West Bay West?
Nothing as
Not
yet.
yet,
We're working at it. Anika, can I get it?
I just refreshed mine and I don't see anything for West Bay West yet. I see for Georgetown Central. Did we call those numbers
No,
yet?
you haven't given the figures for Georgetown Central update yet.
I see here Kenneth Bryan with 303 votes and Frank Cornwall with 39 votes.
Okay. Yeah, that could be called too.
Yeah, you can call that.
All right. Well, we'll get this thing sorted out quickly,
There's a trend developing.
Yeah.
Yes.
I see it too.
Yes.
All right. And
whether it's a good trend, we'll have to wait and see how it all fans out at the end of the night. But
that'll be tomorrow's discussion.
Okay, so let's perhaps when you get a chance, it's going to repeat the north side ones for us as well. And then we have Wilson, you got an interview you want to play for us? All right. You got the north sides ready?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's repeat north side first, please.
So with north side, we have Deborah Broderick Nee Miller with 15 votes, Johnny Ebanks with 208 votes, Justin Ebanks with 34 votes, and Dennison Ezard Miller with 127 votes.
So 120. So looking interesting. Okay, so we got Georgetown North, perhaps.
Anything for East End, yeah?
In 2 boxes, right? So for Georgetown North,
Nothing for East End.
Joey.
5
Joseph
votes
Hugh.
separating them. The last count was 5 votes separating the two candidates.
So in Georgetown North, we got 158 for Joey Hugh and Johan Moxham 133.
Okay.
That's increased now.
Yeah, so this is updated and refreshed. And we have a team of fantastic civil servants over in the Cabinet Office helping able facility that's led by the Cabinet Secretary, Mr. Rose and Ms. Marzita.
Excellent.
Helping us here. So, and to our team here and others, man, we're gonna get it. We're gonna get it. For us,
I think it's important for our listening audience to know also that while some of these numbers may be coming officially, bear in mind that you have agents and candidates who are inside. They're allowed to go and come and go.
Right.
So they get their figures, they step outside, they use their phones, and they send it off to someone. So there are, in many instances, there are people out there who are getting more up-to-date results than we are getting. By the time the election official gets either on the radio or on the phone, unless they're doing it electronically, and contacts the election headquarters and gives them the figures, it's already out there coming from the candidates and the agents as well.
I think also the challenge too is like what Anika shared earlier, the high volume to the site. For some of us maybe presenting a challenge and it's probably becoming heavily subscribed because it's up and it's down, it's on and it's off. So let's get there.
So do we have any figures do we have any figures for Bordon Town West?
I don't see it here.
Okay, no, not yet.
Yeah, I think that's a walk in the park as well.
All right. All right, let's go to the phones and join our caller. Hey, good evening. Thanks for calling.
Yes, good evening. I want to know what is happening in West Bay South and West Bay West.
All right, well, we'll tell you.
We're trying.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. All right, but this is it, and people are very, very engaged in our elections, and that's something that I like. So we'll get there.
Thinking back, you see how we progressed or regressed in '76. We were right there looking at what was coming out, and we were sending it back here.
Okay.
Now we've got to go through all of these channels.
I can give you Bordon Town East if you wish, and then East End in a second. Okay. So for Bordon Town East, McCleary Frederick has 12. And then V. Arden McLean has 172. Isaac Douglas Rankin has 174. So
very close.
East End, 12 for McCleary Frederick, 172 for Arden McLean, and Isaac Douglas Rankin 174.
And bear in mind that in the 2017 general elections, Mr. McLean, Arden McLean, won by a margin of I think 26 votes. So not a whole lot. It's a very, very slim margin with the same number of candidates.
It's going to go down to the wire, I think.
Yeah. And of course, that is too close to call right now.
Yes.
All right, and this is it's not a large number, but of course the number is important, right? And we're getting there slowly. I think we're expecting from what Elections Office has shared that by midnight all of the returns would come back in. Are we expecting any sort of contested ballots, recounts and the like in any of these?
We don't know yet.
I think if you get an incumbent and a new candidate, close, you were likely.
There may be one recount or two, one or more to recount if you get a real close election, I believe.
Let's go to our own Jared Cole over in Savannah. JJ?
Yes, sir. Enjoying you guys' commentary inside the studio. Following up on some of the points that have been made earlier, the South Sound, Georgetown South, the voters have remained consistent between 2017 and
JJ, don't hang up, don't disconnect, but let me just quickly update our listeners for the vote for Prospect.
All right.
Stay on there. So Prospect, Austin Harris has 114, so 114 for Austin Harris. Michael Miles 115, and Serena Turner 134.
Wow.
All right. So
That's pretty close.
114 for Austin Harris, 115 for Michael Miles, and 134 for Sabrina Turner. And sorry, JJ, you were saying no?
Yeah, I was saying that there were 6 more votes cast in Georgetown South this year than in 2017, but in Savannah we lost 14 votes. There was 14 less voters this year versus 2017. But the trend, we're asking about new voters to the registry. As far as I can see, our seniors make up 5,300 votes. Mature voters is roughly 16,000. And the current young voters, the trend is going down. There's only 1,590 young people under the age of 24 voting.
Mm-hmm.
So you can take a look at those numbers. The average voting age this year is 51, and that's a large percentage of the majority of votes are adults between 25 and 65.
Okay. And
I have no statistics from Savannah for Georgetown as to the results of the count. We're not getting anything here. So we're going to have to rely on you guys in the studio.
Well, we are.
I think I see something here for Savannah. No.
Okay, give us Savannah.
So I'm seeing Heather Bordon with 170 votes, Anthony Eden with 125 votes, and Gina Williams with 8 votes.
Okay, that would be Malcolm.
Malcolm Anthony. Yeah. Yes, my apologies. Thank you for correcting.
Malcolm with how many votes?
125.
And Heather with how many?
170.
170.
Okay, so you were just reading the Savannah, and I just want to repeat it, make sure I saw it properly, right?
Yes, please.
Okay, so Heather Diane 170,
mm-hmm.
and then Malcolm Eden 125, and then Gina Williams 8.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. So
can you guys get me to Georgetown South?
we will get those, man. We will get those. All right. So, what else as we're waiting for you? What else have you seen up there today that would sort of indicate voter turnout from your perspective, JJ?
It was typical of the annual poll, steady stream all day and a few laggards towards the end. But the numbers, like I said, just 14 less than 2017. 953 cast their vote versus 967 in 2017 here at the Georgetown South. There were 6 more voters in 2017, so they're staying right on trend and consistent.
Mm-hmm. All right, well, let's see if we can, maybe put up some other votes as soon as we get it. Anika Conley, any luck there?
It's I just pressed the refresh button, so
it's still waiting.
In like 5 minutes, I'll have.
Well, I'll get it for you.
Based on the trend.
We have a phenomenal team over at the cabinet office, so we'll get it.
Oh, I'm seeing something here now, actually.
So Georgetown South, nothing is published yet.
This is Bordon Town East. Just went off the screen. And something else has come in now with Chris Saunders at 561 and Frederick at 196. But so we're getting little snippets now on here.
It's a heavy subscription. It speaks to how much involved we want and how our people are with respect to this.
Well, it goes to show you that we have to build out our infrastructure more to be able to handle the traffic that we're, everyone knows relying.
All right. Okay, and all right. Let's go to our phones and join our own Kathy Miller. Hey, Kathy, thanks for calling.
Hi, good night. How's everybody doing?
How are you? Very well?
You couldn't answer that.
We're all here. Yeah.
I'm great, thank you. I'm good. I sound more excited than my surroundings, that's for sure, because it's very quiet here at Prospect Primary, which is a polling station here in Prospect. So nobody's coming out to talk to me. Nobody, we can't interrupt the count is what I'm being told. And, which I'm not asking anybody to interrupt the count, but I'm just looking for an update. One of the people working here today did say that in the morning here at Prospect Primary, it was a big rush of people, a nice, steady, good flow of people, and that definitely got quieter in the afternoon. So it looks like the morning seemed to be the trend of people really going out to vote.
Okay.
And I believe you just gave the numbers that you had so far for Prospect, and we have Sabrina Turner leading at 134, followed by Michael Miles at 115, and then Austin Harris with 114 votes.
Very close all the same, huh? So we're getting there. I mean, even in the Savannah area, Newlands, I mean, results are coming in slowly, and we're getting there. So it's going to be interesting.
Coming in. It's a little different from last time, I remember, because it was more of a steady result that you could see on one page on the site. But I feel like every once in a while you can catch a result. From what I'm seeing on mobile, at least, that's my experience with the Elections KY website so far. So
yeah, it's been heavily subscribed for sure.
Yes, I'm gonna go check out Red Bay. Hopefully, there's a little bit more action there and see what's going down.
All right. Well, thank you.
And then we'll check in soon. This is Kathy Miller reporting for Radio Cayman.
All right. Thank you very much, Kathy. And we will give you the latest results for West Bay Central. Captain Eugene Ebanks has total votes 270, and Catherine Ebanks Wills has 381. So the total votes, Catherine Ebanks Wills at 381, Captain Eugene Ebanks at 270. That's for West Bay Central.
Yeah. If I can point out there also,
Yes,
Sterling, that in constituencies that are averaging such small numbers, when you see leads of 80 and 100 votes, I don't want to instill or sow any seeds of despair or anything, but it is a huge number to overcome.
Yes.
It is huge.
Yes.
Yeah. And I think this is where we're wondering where we are.
And if it's maintained over.
So can I also give for West Bay North the update now for West Bay North? We have total votes so far. Ralston Angland has 245, and Bernie Bush has 328. So Ralston Angland 245, Bernie Bush, the incumbent, has 328. It's West Bay North.
And nothing for West Bay West yet.
All right, while we wait for that, we're going to go to our own Dion Angland. Hey, Miss Dion, how are you?
Hi, Dwayne. I'm fine, thanks. How are you guys doing?
Hey, listen, we're smiling, looking for chocolate and taste the cassava cake, enjoying the Bacchus breeze.
Listen, you guys are doing a fantastic job of informing the public, so I really appreciate that.
Well, thank you. If you might, before you can, thank you, and to all of our colleagues. You guys have been out there all day while we were enjoying inside, so thank you for that.
You're very welcome.
Yeah.
Although you just gave away my one good news with Ralston Angland at 245 and Bernie Bush at 328. That's fine. That's okay.
So wait, one good news is if this was somewhere else, I would ask you, why is that good news? No, I just tease you.
No, I know that. Yeah. Right now, I'm currently located at the John Gray Memorial Church, and of course, that's on 26 West Church Street here in West Bay South polling station, and it's very quiet. Unlike, this morning's rush, it's very quiet here. I'm assuming by 9 o'clock things will start to pick up. At least I'm hoping so for my sake. We'll have more people to interview and whatnot. But it's pretty interesting where, we're looking, I know everyone's interested in West Bay West, where we saw 1,267 registered voters. But the numbers have not come in yet for West Bay West. For West Bay North, as you mentioned, Dion Angland has 245. There's 245 registered voters versus Vote Surrey and Bernie Bush with 328. That's incredible for these two incumbents. And then we have, with West Bay Central, we have 95 for Captain Eugenie Banks and 163 for Catherine Wilkes. Right? So
that's an old.
Yeah. That,
Sorry, say that
it's been
again?
updated. I think we've got more recent numbers than that just prior.
Okay.
So our remote team over the cab office is facilitating us because
All
we
right,
are
wonderful. Wonderful. So, because when I just refreshed my phone, it's still giving me those same numbers. So I know you guys are going to be on top of it. But so far, it's looking pretty interesting here for West Bay Central and West Bay North. Nothing yet for West Bay South and West Bay West. As far as my update,
no,
my refresh.
we're not seeing it here either. And
right. Okay.
Well, thank you, Miss Dion.
You're very welcome.
Yeah, and
Thank
you can
guys
bring
very
the
much.
you bring down the results for West Bay West for us when you're ready.
As soon as I get West Bay West.
Yes.
Calling in.
There you
All
go.
right, thank you guys. Take
Thank you
care.
too.
I'm still waiting for my purple constituencies to come in. Those purple states.
Purple states.
Where's the purple state?
West Bay West.
Right.
There's one.
Now we are just about 10 minutes to 9, and man, I've tried everything I know to get into this site. I'll try another browser. If I browse anymore, people think I need a shop. You know what? We'll get
this
there.
This one keeps updating now, so you're getting a.
Okay,
want to
we got it.
monitor that a
All
little bit.
right.
Yes, yeah.
All right, but Miss Conley isn't getting it. So as we
Mine has almost completely stopped refreshing now. Yeah.
Well, we'll call. Let's go to the phone.
We will hope that Off-Reg is listening.
Yes.
All right.
Bandwidth.
Let's go to the phone. Say good evening. Thank you for calling.
Good evening, Dwayne.
Hey, what's up? How are you, man?
I'm all right.
All right.
Dwayne, I can tell you congratulations to Northside. J.E. Banks win the seat of Northside. And bye-bye for Izzard. No more Izzard and Northside. No more sitting in the corner of the Legislation Assembly for 16 years. Wasting the people's time.
Before you continue, right? Sorry. Just before you continue. Well, just before you continue, Mr. Amjad, I just want to don my glasses and go to Georgetown East and give the latest results. Total votes for Georgetown East thus far: Richard Bernard 4, Emily Ducou 116, Christina Rollinson, Hislop Rollinson 32, Frank Suarez McField 24, Roy Michael McTaggart 349. So that's total votes so far for Georgetown East. The incumbent, Roy McTaggart, at 349. Dr. Frank McField at 24. Christina Rollinson at 32. Emily Ducou at 116, which for a first-time challenger, isn't. She's interesting. And then Richard Bernard at 4. Okay. So sorry about that, sir. You were sharing. All right. Well, there we go. So maybe we'll get the north side.
So it seems as if that's a final count over there.
Well, according to our good friend there, right?
And that would be the trend. North side we would normally get final
Miss
results
Conley?
from north side.
All right, let's go to the phones while Miss Conley picks this up for us. North side, you got it? No?
I have north side and I think east end.
Give us north side and east end before we go to the phones.
So for north side, we have Deborah Broderick with 15 votes, Johnny Ebanks with 208 votes, Justin Ebanks with 34 votes, and Dennison Ezard Miller with 127 votes.
Okay. And East End, what do we have?
East End, I see Dwight McCleary Frederick with 12 votes, Arden McLean with 172 votes, and Isaac Rankin with 174 votes.
Okay.
I think that hasn't changed much.
That hasn't
either.
changed.
Yeah, that was.
There are 2 votes separating them. That hasn't changed for.
Just 2 votes.
So let's go to our phones and then join this caller. Hey, good afternoon. No, okay, well, to the caller, and Wilson, you want to play that for us? Go right ahead.
Wesley Howell popped down to give us an update now that the polls have closed and the counting is underway.
So the voter turnout today in terms of raw numbers is 17,387 voters. So that compares to 15,721 voters in 2017. So we're up by 1,666 voters. So overall, the percentage of voter turnout is down marginally. Today we're at 73.69. In 2017 we were 74.06. So marginally down, but in some districts the voter turnout was massive. In North Side, for example, the voter turnout exceeded the number of voters registered in 2017. So today's voters exceeded all the voters on the register in 2017. So again, massive turnout in some electoral districts, less in some. So we're just marginally down on the voter turnout today.
So far, Mr. Howell says things have been playing out pretty much as expected.
So we're near what we thought it would be, sort of in and around 70 to 80%. That's our sort of range for Cayman Islands national elections. The numbers themselves do show an increase in voters, as does the number of registered voters shows an increase. So what we're seeing is sort of what we expected to see, and sort of higher numbers in some electoral districts, like the turnouts in Northside and Cayman Brac East and East End. Those are really high turnouts.
This was an early election, and the supervisor has nothing but praise for his team.
Really proud of the team effort that it took to pull off an early election and to do it with the normal efficiency and standards that we have established over the years. So happy that we've gotten this far. And while I stand here before you, the counting teams are busily at work starting to count those ballots, and we look forward to bringing those results to you as soon as each box is agreed on, and those numbers are then published as to how many votes each candidate got within each box.
As to what's next, well, the count is on, and we'll bring you results as we get them. From election headquarters, I'm April Cummings for Radio Cayman News.
All right, welcome back, and thank you very much. With that, we go straight to some results from Cayman Brac West, where Mr. Moses Colonel has 315, and Miss Maxine McCoy Moore has 52. Looks very much like that is the final up there. And for Bordon Town East, here are some updated results. So Bordon Town East, and then we go to West Bay North. So for Bordon Town East, Ozzy Osborne Borden has... Ready? Everybody got their pens?
Mm-hmm.
All right, let me have glasses. 316. And Dwayne John Seymour has 473. So 316 for Ozzy and 473 for John. And then let's go for West Bay West. West Bay West. We've got, come on screen. Oi, 4. No, this is not West Bay West. This is West Bay North. We got the right thing with the wrong thing. West Bay North, 429 for Ralston Angling and 515 for Bernie Bush. Okay.
So Bernie Bush is still leading angling in West Bay North.
And that is West. Well, that looks final for West Bay North, right?
That's final?
It looks just about. For Newlands, before we go to our own Felicia Rankin Gonzalez, for Newlands, we have Royal Carter at 12. We have Raul Gonzalez at 49. And then we have Wayne Panton at 246 and Alva Suku at 112. So let's go to the phones for Felicia. Hey, Miss Felicia Rankin Gonzalez, how are you?
Hi,
Hi. I'm good, thanks. How are you guys doing over there?
Good. Thank you too for joining us, and I hope you guys are not being exhausted. And we know you've been out there, out and about, all day long.
Oh no, it's been fine. It was a hot day, but it's a nice and cool night, so it's going all right. I heard that you guys recently got the numbers for Georgetown East. So you guys have the most updated numbers, and I'm sure that you guys have the numbers already for Georgetown Central. Kenneth Bryan, 303 votes last time I checked so far. And over here at Constitution Hall, it's quiet. Everything seems to be perfectly fine. There's no big fuss or everything. All the crowds pretty much died down from much earlier in the day.
How was it out? I mean, for the most part, that when we're looking, from your perspective of having all of the, the candidates out and about, all of the, voters trying to get in there. What was it like from your perspective? Very civil and organized. The voter turnout and the management from the perspective of the elections officials?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Everything seemed to be going really calm, really steady. Everyone that I saw that was going in or coming out had, happy faces. They all seemed to be pretty thrilled that they just finished doing something that's very important for our island. Everyone seems to be in a great mood, even the police officers, even though, bless them, they had to stand out in the hot sun for a lot of the day. They were being very civil, very professional. Everything was really good.
Ms. Felicia, I must sincerely apologize because I always call you Felicia Rankin and Gonzalez. Who knows how I mispronounced that, or as Ms. Paula would say, I'm more treating your last name. Maybe
Felicia
for my benefit, Felicia Rankin
Solins.
I'll get that one day. Why couldn't it just be Ebanks? Well, that we have utmost respect for you, and you have been just a wonderful addition to our team here, complimenting all of the others in this time. So we're grateful to that, and thanks to you, Dion, Carsley, April, and all the others out and about, especially in our newsroom. All right?
Yes, thank you so much.
All right. Thanks so much.
All right, have a great evening, guys.
You too.
Bye.
All right, and it is unofficial. I mean, have you seen West Bay West? We got some results in West Bay West. So Dean, there you go, and West Bay West. Come on, Deanable. I'm getting counts for West Bay West at Mr. McKeever Bush at 200 and Mr. Mari Banks at 170. But we still want that. And then Bordon Town West, which looks final. So Bordon Town West, we have Vincent Frederick at 231 and Christopher Saunders at 902. So that looks final.
That looks final.
Yes. I think,
and,
what was it, about 1,400, 1,600 voters in that. I can't even get the register of electors up now to see the total numbers. I should have followed my mind and printed off everything, but I wanted to save as many trees as I could.
All right. And for Cayman Brac East, which is final, we'll say is Juliana O'Connor Conley has 421, and Elvis McKeever has 167. So that's 99%. So that's final there for Cayman Brac East. So Bordon Town West, Christopher Saunders return, and Miss Julie's return, and Cayman Brac East. And West Bay South. If I can get this to load up, we can give you some results.
We should have a final for East End also.
Yeah, we've got Andre Ebanks in West Bay South at 253. And Raul Nicholson Co. at 100. That's far. And to our listeners, Mr. Wilson, let's go to North Side for our very own DJ Lynn. DJ Lynn, how are you?
Yes, Sterling.
Yes, sir.
Right, things are fantastic down here. Shout out to the beautiful people of North Side who have come out to represent tonight. They are loud and they are proud. They are making noise. I had to move away a little bit because the excitement is in the air. Excitement is in the air. People are anxious. They are excited about what's going on. So shout out to the people here in Northside representing probably about 100 representatives, men, women, and children out here along the sidewalks, anxious to see who is going to be representing the Northside constituency.
What do you have so far for us up there? Anything in particular?
There's a lot of people, like I said. It seems a lot of supporters have come up here, to support their candidate.
Mm-hmm.
So it seems like you have to come up here. You have to be a part of this to understand what I'm talking about. But everyone here is excited, and they're being very civil about it as well.
Right. But it's always that way.
Numbers?
So have you getting any numbers up there?
No, we haven't. The numbers that we have is the same numbers that you gave us.
Okay.
Based on the numbers that you have given us, that would give us approximately 338 additional remaining votes to be counted.
Okay.
So, yeah.
And but you're right, man. I mean, the civility of our voters can't be, underestimated, and it is amazing how people not, eagerly, willingly wanting to head out to the polls very early to cast their ballots. What I think we're going to probably have some discussion today and into tomorrow is the whole notion of the voter turnout. Is it going to be as high as in the past? If it isn't, why not? And the like.
I feel like the numbers were absolutely fantastic. The representation for Northside today, out of all the votes, that they had a total of 722 votes.
Mm-hmm.
And people, which equated to about 86% of the total people that were available to vote.
Right.
So that's fantastic.
Great. Well, while you're online, we have an update for Bordon Town East. Bordon has 401. Dwayne John Seymour has 612. So 612 for John, and Ozzy has 401.
So that's 1,000 and change. And
1,013?
The total number of voters in Bordon Town East is 1,664.
Right.
So we
How
still
many
have.
people cast votes
So that
today?
looks, and then we can give the update for Georgetown North.
Yeah, I'll look to see how many people cast.
If we want. So for Georgetown North, Joey Hugh, the incumbent, has 512, and Johan Moxham has 395. And
can you repeat that again?
512 for Joey Hugh, and Johan Moxham has 395, and that looks final.
And the number of registered voters in Georgetown North is 1,297.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
1,297. I'm not sure how many people voted. I'm not sure if those figures have been posted yet.
So we can go to Georgetown Central if you like.
Mm-hmm.
So Kenneth Bryan has 479. And Frank Cornwall has 64.
Okay, quite a ways to go. 1,404 registered voters in that constituency.
Okay. So DJ Lynn, not to belabor you, but if you want, and we also have Savannah updated for you as well, if you want to hear us share that as well.
Sure. Before we hear Savannah, can I hear the people of Northside make some noise one more time, if possible? There we go.
I think you like Northside as much as me, man.
Now, the District of Northside, 836 registered voters.
Okay.
East End, 769 registered voters. So we still have some more numbers to come in.
Numbers to go.
Yes.
Okay. Hey, thanks very much, DJ Lynn.
Hey, appreciate it.
So in Savannah, and then we have Heather Borden.
That's,
at 109. Then we have Malcolm Eden at, people. I put on my glasses. Heather Borden has 479.
Okay, yeah.
And Malcolm Eden at 367. And then Gina Williams at 21.
Okay.
Oh, you have
total
it there,
number,
right?
Total number of voters registered there, 1,466.
Okay. So let's go to Bordon Town East. Well, we can scroll through this quicker. And
right here?
Yeah, if you want. So we've got 472 for Ozzy and 735 for John, right? So that's
Okay,
final.
this is delayed then.
Yeah. Well, this is why we have this device here.
Backups for backups.
Contingency for contingency and redundancy for redundancy.
So Bordon Town East,
This is delayed figures.
Okay.
These are old numbers.
So Georgetown South, the first box is up. And in Georgetown South, we have Alec Lindsay against Miss Barbara Conley, the incumbent. Barbara Conley, in the first box, we have 176. Alec Lindsay, 193. Is that what we have there?
That's
Miss?
the same thing there, yeah.
Okay. All right.
And that's Georgetown
South.
Okay. Total number of registered voters, 1,335.
Right. So what Miss Anika Conley, together with Steve McField, Dr. Steve, let's go to Miss Paulette first in the Brac. Miss Paulette?
Hey guys, I'm coming right now. This has been quite the
Sorry, Miss Paulette?
Yeah, I'm trying to get to the county. Okay,
Right.
I'm talking.
Yeah, you're walking and talking, huh?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm trying to get to the counting station because it's not to say anything bad about the election officials because they've been working very hard, but I've been at a disadvantage because I was at the Cayman Brac West Little Cayman counting station. I was so far out that by the time the count was finished there and they locked up and I tried to get to the East counting station, they had already given the results for Cayman Brac East. So now I'm trying to catch up with the candidate and to get a word from her. So I've been shuttling back and forth like a shuttle bus at the airport.
Miss P may have to have another election up there to get the results again.
I apologize for that, because this is
Okay,
the first
so-
election that I've been to that
Yes.
I haven't been able to get things firsthand because of the distance between the two places where I had to go.
Yes,
Hold
yes.
on.
You needed some help up there.
So what we'll do now, Miss
I've
P.
got Miss Julie right here with me now. Okay, just hold on.
All right, and before you ask Miss Julie to come in, Anika, could you look at the results and let's go through. So this is West Bay Central. This is updated.
Yes, so for Captain Eugene Ebanks, we have 100.
No, go across.
Sorry, total votes, sorry.
392?
392 votes. And for Catherine Ebanks Wilkes, we have 539 votes.
Okay.
And the total number of registered voters, 1,181.
And 931 ballots were cast in that area.
Okay.
So go down a little bit further. What can we find? Let's try the other ones. So Miss Paulette, and respectfully,
that race is over.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, that's pretty much over. Yeah.
So-
Okay.
yes, ma'am. Miss Paulette, Miss Julie.
Yes, I have Miss Julie with me now. Miss Julie, you've just been re-elected. Can you talk to the people of the Cayman Islands and just give a word?
Well, first of all, I want to thank Radio Cayman for the vital role that they play in dissemination of the information so that people can be active participants in this democracy. I want to give God Almighty thanks for delivering again. He gave me a word that he would fight my battle and I was to hold my peace, and I tried to do that throughout the campaign. I want to also thank every single person in Cayman Brac East and the whole of Cayman Brac and Little Cayman and Grand Cayman General for their support, for their prayers, and for all that they did. I want to thank my mother, my son, my daughter, and all my family members, my committee, my chairman for the entire time, Mr. Temple Tatum, Dalmeen, Jason, my agent. But most of all, I want to thank Almighty God. And I want to also speak now to the Cayman Islands. We are getting through these elections. It's been a very divisive one. We have a country to build, the best country in the entire world. Let the will of the people prevail and let us go forward to continue building an even better Cayman Islands. And we can do it by trusting God, by united hand in heart. And let us remember that out of many, we are truly one Caymanian people. Together we can do this. And I'm prepared and up to the task. I thank God so very much that he has chosen to give me 4 more years. And there is much land to be conquered. And I believe that at the end of this election, when the people have had it say that together as no longer candidates but representatives of this country, we must stand up as state men and state women and bring us out of this COVID pandemic successfully, but more importantly, let us build the Caymanian nation island to be the envy of the world. I thank you for this opportunity.
Okay. Thanks very much. And while we return to you, Ms. Paulette, we want to just give the results for Savannah, which looks to be final as well. Are you able to put it up, Ms. Anika? If not, I'll do it here. Savannah, we have 577 for Heather Bordon. Anthony Evening at 4. Malcolm Eden at 442 and 28 for Gina Williams. Now, did you get it up there?
It's up there, yeah.
All right, there we go.
What's the double asterisk mean? It says less than 10% of ballot papers counted under Section 33. What does that mean?
So Savannah is final, right?
In order for you to be able to get your deposit, the $1,000 deposit that you paid on nomination day, you have to get 10% of the votes cast in the election, at least 10%, in order for you to redeem your money. If you get less than that, your $1,000 is lost.
Click on these 10. Can we see the big screen that you had earlier with all the votes?
With all of them? That's a summary.
All right.
Okay, let's...
And then while we do that, we'll go to our own Raymond Singh. Hey, Ray. How are you, man?
I'm good, Dwayne. I'm good. I'm just here down at Georgetown North where the results come in. Trying to snag a quick interview with Mr. Johan Markham before he heads out. He's currently on mic with another house at the moment. But as we've heard from the results from the elections office, here I do have Mr. Markham here coming over right now.
Mm-hmm. Okay, great.
Mr. Markham.
Hi, good evening, everyone.
Even thing with here with Radio Cayman. An emotional moment for you. Unfortunate results not in your favor here tonight. Overall, your campaign. Tell us a bit about what your campaign was like. How you feel about everything leading up to tonight?
First of all, I just want to say congratulations to my opponent and congratulations to all the winners tonight on election night. For me, I look back on the campaign. I look at the quality and substance of what my messaging was. I have zero regrets. Ultimately, you have to respect the democratic process. People have chosen to go in another direction, and that's their right. They used their voice. There was no sort of in most countries, people don't get to do that without some sort of negative fallout and aggression or violence. We're fortunate that we could have an election that people can wake up tomorrow morning and there's no sort of real fallout from the decisions that they've made. I was unsuccessful, but I put up a good fight, and at the end of the day, I'm really comfortable with the way that I approached the campaign, the substance of the campaign, and I just want to thank my supporters, the voters of Georgetown North, and those that believed in me. Ultimately, I have not been successful at politics, but the sun will come up tomorrow. I'm still Johan Moxham. I'm still full of energy and life. And the most important thing is to go home and continue to be the best dad that I can be to my family and give God thanks for all my blessings, because I've got a good life and I've got a lot to be thankful for. But again, somebody had to win and somebody had to lose. Right. Unfortunately, it was me, but I'll be back.
All right.
Yeah, you're great. Thanks so much for the
Thanks, Ryan. And Ray, before you go, we just want to quickly update for Northside.
That was Georgetown North?
That was Georgetown North. Yeah. So the incumbent has been returned. For Northside, looks like the results are final. So, Ms. Connolly, would you give us the results for Northside?
For Deborah Broderick Nee Miller, we have 23 votes. Johnny Ebanks with
Johanny
J. Ebanks with 394 votes. Justin Ebanks with 84 votes. And Dennison Ezard Miller with 217 votes.
Okay.
So in that situation, if I may, Sterling,
Yes,
you
sir.
see,
Yes, sir.
even with a third candidate there,
Mhm.
the number of votes that third candidate got, you can't even say that she took votes away from the incumbent. That is a clear win. But when you are elected by a very slim majority, in the UK they talk about marginal constituencies, Eastern, North Side, marginal constituencies. We have a few in Georgetown as well that are marginal constituencies, and that's where the swings are likely to take place.
Right. We do have our own Kathy Miller join us as well as we go to the phones. Hey, Kathy, thanks for waiting.
Hi, no problem. All right, I made it down to Red Bay Primary School. And again, very, very, very quiet out here. So I'm a little envious of DJ Lynn and where he's at in Northside because that's where the excitement is, right?
Always isn't it?
Yes, there, and I think a little bit in West Bay too. So.
Inside, isn't it? Or is it
You know, West Bay is always exciting.
Yes, for sure.
Here in Red Bay, I did see Mr. Sammy Jackson. He did come out briefly, and he said he's not going to talk right now to radio, but he said, keep your fingers crossed. That's what he told me. So I was like, okay, that was his feedback. Fingers crossed.
Okay. Well, what
he did say there's about one box left, and they might be done within the hour.
Okay. Well, we're waiting for the website to update, but just to repeat, what we've seen so far online is James Sammy Jackson having 180 to Alden McLaughlin's 185, and that was the latest.
But that was earlier.
That was earlier. We haven't seen it.
Half hour, 40 minutes ago.
Right. So we haven't seen anything posted since. So if Mr. Jackson's reported that one box, and I think, And 1,320 registered voters. So it's still a good ways to go. But Kathy, when you get it,
he said one box left. So
Yep.
I guess we'll see. I'm going to return here in about a half an hour and see how it's going because I think it'll be at least another half an hour. So
okay.
Back up to Prospect for me, and we'll report in to see what's going on there.
All right. Thank you for that as well. All right.
Thank you.
Appreciate it very much. And
I'm gonna reload the
page. Where we are now.
So we have 4 returns now.
Yeah.
Both of them are the incumbents.
Yeah. So we have
Cocarnell and Bordon and Cayman Brac West. We have O'Connor in Cayman Brac East. In Savannah we have Heather Bordon.
She's not an incumbent, though.
She's not. I mean, she's an independent. And then we have Hugh. So we have three incumbents.
Right.
Georgetown
we also
North.
have Chris Saunders.
And we have Saunders. And Bordon Town West.
All right. Let's go to the phones. But before we do, just quickly update for Georgetown West, because I think we've seen much of that earlier, right? So before we join our own Dion in West Bay, Perlina McGaw Lumsden. This is Georgetown West, has 142. We have Elio Solomon at 99. And we have Dr. Kendrick Webster at 65. And then David White at 327.
Okay.
So that's results so far from 2 boxes, and these are the first results.
And 1,285 registered voters there.
Okay, great. All right, Mr. Dion, thanks for holding on.
So only 633 ballots have been counted so far.
Yeah.
So
right.
we're just about halfway.
Halfway. All right, Ms. Dion. Yeah. We join our very own Dion Angland. Hey, Ms. Dion. All right. If she ain't lucky, she's getting some fried fish. But we'll see. All right. With that, then we'll see where we can, can get it. So, should we try West Bay West again? You do it as you wish, Mr. Nika Conley, Mr. Loxley Banks.
Whatever comes up.
Yeah. I'm going as it's the website that's leading us right now.
Yeah.
Wow, man, it's this is what they DJ Lynn shared and others, Kathy just saying. It's a beautiful place, the idea that we can even now go to the polls and have an election, an assembling of people, but also to really reflect that it's been always so civil, and the results that come back put incumbents in, but we have one former MLA being elected this time around. Let's go to the phones or join this caller. Hey, good afternoon or good evening. Welcome. Thanks for calling.
Good afternoon, Dwayne Sterling. It's Jared Coe here in Savannah.
Good afternoon, Jared Coe. It's Sterling Dwayne.
Yes, sir. I've got one of the candidates who has just contested the election here, and she's the only one at the actual polling station at the moment. So I'm going to try to track down the rest as soon as I get a chance. But we have Gina Williams here, her first time running. So she'd like to thank her constituents.
Yes, I'd like to thank all the wonderful constituents that came out and voted today. And my committee in particular, my family, my husband, and my kids.
Okay, so she's going to try again the next time?
Oh, absolutely. This is a fantastic experience, a great victory for us people. Very, very excited to be able to bring God to center stage. Talk about the issues that concern Caymanians and the constituents of Savannah specifically. Absolutely. I've made some great friends and that have become like family to me in this Savannah community. So absolutely, you can look for me in the next 4 years.
Okay, that's the latest we have from here in Savannah.
Okay, well, we have an update for Red Bay. And Ms. Anika, share with us in Red Bay. Here's the latest update.
We have James Samuel Sammy Jackson with 300 votes and Alden McLaughlin with 362 votes.
Very close again.
Very close, right?
Race.
So we're getting there, and 662 of the ballots counted thus far in Red Bay.
Yeah.
One
so
box.
it makes a lot of sense. And when he said, when someone said earlier, one more box left to be counted, because more than likely there were probably two polling stations there.
Yes.
Yeah. So you ended up with 2 ballot boxes, and if the mobile voting and the postal voting
all
were
together,
mixed amongst those,
so there's
then
only
you no
one.
longer have 4 boxes, you have
Yes.
2 boxes. Yeah.
But from the last count to this one, the margin has
increased exponentially. Yes.
Well, yeah, it was 5. Now we're at 62, but still.
Yeah, it's
Okay, let's go to our Dion Angland. Miss Dion.
Yes, hi. Hi, Dwayne.
Yes.
Hi, Connell. Good evening. We have a very successful Catherine Wilkes here. She's taking pictures right now.
For West Bay.
Grab her now because we're live.
Yeah.
But Mr. Bernie Bush is here with her, and he's also special. All right, so Catherine.
He's special,
and you have this is an incredible feat. Defeating Miss Captain Eugenie Banks. Tell us, how does this make you feel?
Oh, I just feel excited, and it just shows that when you put your mind to something and you don't quit, when the time is right, it'll work out.
Yes.
How has this entire campaign for you? This is your second time. How has this campaign this year been for you?
This campaign has been very exciting. The people of West Bay Central have been much more receptive to change, and we see that as a result of tonight. It's been a beautiful experience being able to get into people's homes, eat their food, have great conversations, and most importantly, just build relationships. And I'm so excited for what we're going to do here in West Bay Central.
Walk us through, this is such an exciting moment. Walk us through what today has been for you. Was it nerve-wracking? Were you relaxing? What was it?
Well, first I want to say for anyone who may have seen me at the polls, if I did not acknowledge you, I do apologize. I just certainly did not want to make eye contact with any of the voters because I didn't want there to be any sense of intimidation or, when you make eye contact with voters, sometimes they feel like you're looking for something in return. What my committee and I did is we went to the polls, we voted, and then we just spent the day together, just keeping track of who was getting out to vote and, just calling voters. And it's been a great experience, we had lunch together. We all ate turtle meat, thanks to Super Sweet. And, it's been wonderful. And then tonight, now, I think the most beautiful thing is the fact that there's so many supporters out here, young and old, and some very special people who were in quarantine. My aunt, she was away for a while. So I'm just happy to be able to share this experience with people who mean so much to me, the constituents and my family. My dad, who is also, he's got mobility issues, but even he's out here tonight. So it's a beautiful moment, and I'm happy to share it with everyone.
Great.
It will be remiss of me not to ask, now that you're elected, what's the first thing that you want to conquer now that you're in office?
So I think everybody is talking about district councils, and it's been the cry here in the community. One of the first things I want to do is just sit with the constituents. I want to complete an audit of the constituency to see exactly what the needs of the constituency really are, so that we can start working straight away to address the social ills that we are facing here in West Bay Central.
Sounds good. Congratulations again. All right, you're very welcome. Enjoy your night.
Okay.
Here you have it,
So
guys.
the Georgetown Central is called? I mean, West Bay Central is called?
Yeah. So Ms. Catherine Banks.
Yep, we're finished here now with Cappy. Yeah.
Shows her persistence. You know, she had a good showing in 2017, and she continued, and it shows you what persistence. You know, what's so funny though? This one. You know, I hope you all get fun. This morning I was out with my cycling group. And we normally go down to Bada and turn around there and head back up to Savannah. But we decided to go to Willifarrington route and go around Northwest Point, around the Turtle Farm. And when I got somewhere down in the Bordon Bay area, I smelled turtle meat being cooked. So I said to one of the other cyclists that somebody's cooking turtle meat. I said, I hope they're not preparing that now for the day after the elections to have that while they're negotiating who's going to form the government. It's funny that you mentioned turtle meat today at Super C.
Remember the pen?
The pen, yes. So let's go to Savannah. And Ms. Connolly, would you give us the update in Savannah? Okay.
Newlands or Savannah?
Sorry, Newlands. They weren't the same, so I apologize to the Savannah. They have no welcome.
You can't tell the people of Savannah and Newlands that.
Oh man, I Okay, so
Newlands.
Yes, Newlands. That's where we are. Let's go to Newlands. My apologies to Savannah and Newlands.
Roydell Alston Carter with 20 votes. Raul Gonzalez, 103 votes. Wayne Panton with 420 votes. And Alva Saku with 223 votes.
If I can comment there also, and I don't want to dominate the mic, but
comment, man.
I am made to understand that in the Newlands area, there's building over there a pretty large Cuban community, and they basically stick together, and those who have the ability to vote together, and I am made to understand that they shifted their allegiance this time around from the incumbent to Mr. Panton, and I wonder if that had anything to do with his enormous win.
Well, we had a question on that earlier about but let's join Jared. Cool. JJ, you there, my friend?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Are we listening? It's a different question. Let's talk to us, my friend.
I'm in a crowded bunch waiting to get to speak to Heather Bordon for a moment. For a second.
Okay, while you go there, let's get the results for Georgetown East. I have them here. If Ms. Connolly pulls them up, we can probably look at it on the big screen. And if you have Ms. Heather. So Georgetown East. Here's an update first, respect for the Ms. Heather. So
Richard Bernard with 4 votes. Emily Decoux with 171 votes. Christina Hislop Rollinson with 58 votes. Frank McField, 49 votes. Roy McTaggart with 488 votes.
Okay. Total number of registered voters, 1,459.
All right, so we're making some progress there. JJ, through you, please extend our apologies to Ms. Heather. But if you're available. Okay. Jared? Okay, we'll get there in a second. One of the questions that we had, though, and Jared, just buzz us in when you're ready to interject, okay? He's live in Savannah with Miss Heather. So he's making his way through the crowd. But we had a question earlier asking with respect to perhaps, let me read it. It says, Mr. Sakou's move from leader of opposition in 4 years to a candidate for the sitting government is unprecedented locally and internationally. Do you feel this move may have affected outcome of his election results? Now, you talked about the Cuban sort of block vote. What do we think about that? I mean,
I think the Cayman Islands people, the voters in the Cayman Islands, like consistency, and you can't jump from one ship to the other. It's like sailing on a ship. When you were a seaman, when you move from one ship to the other, National Bulk and Young and them didn't like necessarily.
They didn't like that, and
unless they were moving you.
If you got fired, they would not call you back for a long time.
Yeah,
and so he has the same outcome. I mean, they elected him as their independent candidate. And then he shifted, and now he joined
rejoined the Progressives.
And that's not what they sent him to the Parliament to do. Even though he said during the campaign that he had the permission from his constituency, and you see the results.
Yeah, Dr. Steve, if I can just interject, and we do apologize for the challenges, with all the heavy subscription. And before we go back to the phones to join, some of the winners with our colleagues, maybe we can give an update for Prospect.
Yes.
So Austin Harris has 210. Michael Miles has 215. And Sabrina Turner has 235.
Very close race.
Right.
Very close race between the three of them.
And 1,340 registered voters.
So that's very, very close. That's just about half the number of the number of registered voters, the number of votes, the number of electors.
All right, so let's go join Miss Dion, who is with.
Yes, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, guys.
Hey.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
Hey. Yes, we have Mr. Bernie Bush here, the winner for West Bay North. He's here with us. Mr. Bernie, congratulations. How do you feel today?
I am feeling very blessed because this is definitely a blessing from above to go against the machinery, to go against the money, to go against some of the most unethical campaign you've heard in a long time. I was the punching boy and the beating boy with all kind of half-truth and full lies. And to beat all of that, God had to have his hand on this. And I would like to thank the people of West Bay North who have given me another chance. And looking at some of the conversations I've had with my constituents, I was short in some of my areas as a representative. So those that they have told me I will improve on. There's one thing I will not change, and that is I will not stop loving. I will not stop loving for my fighting for my people. I will continue to love and care for my people, especially the children of this country. That is one thing that will not change.
Do you guys on the panel have any questions for Mr. Bush?
Yes, Mr. Bush has expressed his appreciation and the fact that he has been vindicated, and all of the weaponry was pointed against him in the campaign in West Bay, and it is quite obvious that his constituents and those persons who supported him stuck behind him all the way.
It's to have every meeting, to have average of 31 minutes concentrated on me, telling people stuff that was not true. It was despicable, and it actually helped me because people were saying, we want to hear solutions. We want to hear what you all are going to do with all the issues that we have. And people were not blind because some of the issues we have now was caused by my opponent when he was in power. He had absolute power for 8 years. Why didn't he do all these great things that he wanted to do? And another thing that worked in my favor, I did not give away one drop of alcohol during this campaign. So that, once again, has also indicated that type of politics is done. You have to talk issues, you have to talk solutions, you have to address, because our people are suffering, and Cayman has to become for Caymanians. The special interest groups have got to hold their space and allow some of us people to feed at this table called Cayman, plain and simple.
All right. Hey, thank you very much, Mr. Bush. I know you're making your way to another destination. Any closing thoughts you may want to leave with us?
Yes, let us pray that the rest of the country has done what West Bay has done, and that is we've finished off the UDP. We finished off the CDP and all of these other things. Now let's finish off the PPM and get a set of people who care for the country and care for the people. Simple as that. God, let us pray that the rest of the night goes, that we can get rid of this last scourge called the PPM as well. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much. And with that, we'll...
All right, thanks, guys. Big congratulations there to Catherine Wilkes and to Mr. Bernie Bush.
Right.
Back to the studio, guys. I got to run to West Bay West.
Yes,
and
yes.
West Bay South.
Keep us
All
posted.
right?
Thanks, Ms. Dion. All right, we're going to get the update now for Newlands. Ms. Conley?
Roydell Carter with 24 votes. Raul Gonzalez with 126 votes. Wayne Panton with 548 votes. Alva Saku with 287 votes.
And what's the number?
That's pretty close to 1,000 to 1,000.
985 total ballots counted.
And what's the number of voters in that?
1,487 registered voters.
And we also have the Georgetown Central votes in the final now. If Ms. Conley can put it up, if not...
Oh, it came up pretty fast that time.
There you go. So Georgetown Central, to give us the final count thereabouts.
Kenneth Bryan with 851 votes. And Frank Cornwall with 126 votes. 977 total ballots counted.
Okay.
And that basically can be called, as well, despite the fact that we had, 1,404 registered voters there as well. So you have it.
977. So let's go join our own Paula Carl. Silver Fox, what's happening, man?
Hey, good evening. It's Paula Carl here in the East End. And, a winner has been declared this evening, and we have our official here with us to give us the latest stats and scores. Good evening. What's your name?
Good evening. My name is Melinda Montemayor, the returning officer for the Electoral District of East End.
All right, give us the results for the...
East End.
Lost him.
Mr. Carl? Wow, okay.
What happened there?
All right, well... I have...
Can anyone tell us anything? This one has me on the edge of my seat.
No, I have these 10 results, but since that was the returning officer, I want to hear from them. Okay, so Ms. Montemayor? Linda? Okay, we're waiting for... Okay, Paul, go ahead and... Yes, please give us the official results as I look at them here.
This is Jared Coe in Savannah.
You're not in East End.
Can you hear me, Dwayne?
I can.
Okay, I'm here with a very rowdy bunch, and we've got Heather here, so we'll see how things can go. Just won the Savannah constituency live here with Heather Borden.
All right, but we were
Would you like to say anything to your constituents?
Thank you very much, Jared. To my constituents, a heartfelt thanks. It's been a very, very, very rough road the last few months, but we did it. And this is what happens when you're on the ground and when you're with your people, you know your people, and you
What's his name?
have the support that I've had behind me all these years. This is what hard work pays off.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Okay, that's it for me here.
All right, JJ, thank you for that, man.
Georgetown South.
All right, appreciate it very much. And as Miss Heather has, been able to win and is just a wonderful lady. But let's see if we can connect up with a Carl in East End, because we had the return officer. Okay, but we got the results for East End. Oh, see, you're the senior former elections advisor. I want to get the results. What do I do?
Go ahead and give it.
Okay, Miss Conley, before we join with the phones, Miss Conley, give us the results for East End. And this is final. This is the East End results final.
Okay. McCleary Dwight Frederick with 15 votes. Arden McLean with 304 votes. Isaac Rankin with 348 votes.
So we have a change in East End?
Like I said, a 26 vote margin is really not a whole lot to overcome.
All right. Okay, so let's go to the phones and we can hear the celebrations in the background. Hey, hello. No. All right. We can hear you. All right.
We're having a jolly good time.
Yes. All right. Wilson will fix that up for us in a second. We'll get it all squared away in a minute. And
can we speculate on what that win in East End may mean? Mr. McLean.
More curl me tomorrow?
And independent. Mr. McLean and independent. I'm not sure who was, which party or which faction was backing Mr. Isaac Rankin.
The voters.
Yeah, we know that.
I shouldn't be joking.
But my analysis there is, or my question is this good for the PPM coalition, or is it good for any other faction that is looking to form a government, depending on where Mr. Rankin's allegiances will go, or where he decides that he, will lend his support in terms of the ability of any faction to form a government in the next few days or few weeks.
According to my numbers now, the independents now have surpassed the government. The government's candidates been elected. You have Brian elected. Kenneth Bryan, who's an independent. Bernie Bush is an independent. You have Wilkes as an independent. You have Saunders as an independent, and you have Heather Borden as an independent. And on the government side, you have
she's an quasi-independent, I would say, because she's running along with Mr. Panton and Ozzy.
I am just thinking about
the registration.
I'm thinking about the government now and the other candidates. And on the government side, you have O'Connor, and you. So you have three of them, and you have 4 or 5 of the others.
Okay. No, Jess, we do have our same.
So the trend seems to be the independents. The independents are winning the election, and probably would be getting together to form the government.
Okay. Let's go to the phones and join Ray Singh again. Ray.
Sterling, thank you so much again. I'm over here at Georgetown West, where I've just been able to speak with one of the election officials. The final count is in. Unfortunately, they have not been able to give an interview, but they did provide the numbers. Mr. David White has won with 457 votes. Mr. Lena claimed 198 votes. Mr. Elio, 135, and Dr. Kendrick, 98. So that's over here at Georgetown West. Unfortunately, none of the candidates are here for me to be able to speak with right now. But we do have a winner for Georgetown West. Again, the returning to his seat will be Mr. David White with 457 votes.
All right, so you got David White. Okay, we'll get there. And when you get it, tell us on. Thanks, man.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, cool. We were hoping to get some official stuff on West Bay West, and we will. I know someone listening wants to repeat some of the other.
Anything on the West Bay South?
We haven't got Newlands.
No, so we're going to pull it up now. We're still there. Nothing updated yet.
But Newlands, Mr. Panton was winning by a substantial margin there. There's no way that could be overcome.
No.
Okay.
So, Newlands, we have Panton with 548. And we have Suku with 287. And the others are Trailing 124, 24. So, there's no way that they could, and you have 985 votes have been casted already. So there's no way that they could catch up with Panton.
All right. So we have unofficial coming out of West Bay West. Unofficial West Bay West. Mr. McKeever at 312, 312, and Mr. Mario at 322. So a 10-point lead. We're told that that's just the second box that was counted. How many more boxes left to count? Maybe I'll ask that question. I'll get an answer.
And that's West Bay West, right?
West Bay West.
1,267 registered voters, 1,267.
So that
So we have about half. Half.
So we're getting there, and it's interesting now. So can we check Red Bay again, see if we have anything updated from there? Man, this is 2 years in a row. All right, but it's all right. So around the table, Mr. Art Connor, Dr. Steve McField. and able to assist us, from the
Yes,
cab.
yes.
Ms. Anika Conley, Mr. Loxley Banks, and of course, I'll thank the team over at the cab office, the cab secretary, together with Ms. Marzita and Ms. Norma for providing, some good sustenance in the form of pizza. Our engineer is probably enjoying himself. Yeah. But I'm understanding unofficially from West Bay West that we have one more box to go. A tight race, a 10-point margin, 322 to Mr. Mario to 312 to Mr. McKeever, the incumbent. And, it's good. We've gotten a number of comments from people relative to the Georgetown West count, saying, wow, is that number that number, and maybe there's something that need to be questioned, whichever. But for now,
Georgetown West.
Yeah, we'll see it. All right. So, and I'm looking for Red Bay, and I'm gonna get the results.
Yeah,
soon.
Red Bay. What's the result for Red Bay? We have.
I think these are still old.
Yeah. So the results from Red Bay haven't been updated as
They
yet.
were going on their second box, so waiting for that. They're probably going to wait until that
the final one
box is completed before you get anything.
And could we revisit, even though we know it's been already Georgetown North, we had a wonderful listener asking, and I know we're going through, and we're not getting the results. As I think Mr. Hart shared earlier, they're probably waiting for all of them. And so we're going to repeat the results for Georgetown North. If we can pull it up in a second. We will also repeat the results for all of the ones that have been already sort of called, declared, and finalized, including Cayman Brac. For those of you who are listening, if you're laughing at my expense, well, tomorrow's Thursday, you can laugh some more. But I'm honored, as Ms. Anika shared, to be surrounded, with such a wonderful team as Mr. Loxley Banks, Dr. Steve McField, and Mr. Art Connor. And I think, this is where we look at our elections, Mr. Loxley. And for me, maybe it was me people in the town hall watching you. I don't remember. I always enjoyed it. I was allowed to go out, to the parents say, well, time to get in before it gets too late. Now I see pictures of people with their dogs. I don't know whether the dogs were leashed and outside waiting to go in to vote. But one day, it would be nice to take our young children into the polls with us to be part of the process, so that they can get part of that civics education to see firsthand the importance of voting. 1 vote, 10 votes, 100 votes can make a difference. In these 10, it was less than a cup of coffee, almost.
I think there has to be a concerted educational civics approach to impress on the young people the importance of casting that vote. Many people lost their life defending democracy.
Right.
And it's somehow it has to be wound into the educational system. Really, right from what we used to call ABC.
Yeah. And if I can just tag on to that, I think I can consider myself part of that younger generation that he's talking about. I learned about our democratic system in primary school and part of what was George Hicks, the middle school. And then in high school, once I selected my subjects for CXC, there were no further teachings about our electoral system, about how we do politics here in Cayman. And it's only by the grace of God and my mother, who makes sure that I stay informed, that I keep up with what's happening in our community. But I think about the others who are my age and younger who don't have that kind of support system to keep them informed about what's happening and why it's important to know, what what the politicians are advocating for, what they're not advocating for, what they're speaking up about, what they're not speaking up about. And, we need to have that understanding, because a lot of the people my age and younger that I speak to that can vote, they don't want to vote because they don't, one, either understand why their vote is important, or two, they don't understand or they don't see a future with the candidates that are there. But if they understood more about the process, then they could be more involved and, one, have their voice heard if there's something that's not happening that they want to see happening, and two, hold their representatives accountable because they know the laws, they know how things operate in our country. So, Mr. Loxley, you
Right.
spot on with that.
Ms. Connor, while you do that, let's see if we can update it and see if we get anything for West Bay South. I'm getting, wonderful inquiries from people asking, well, what's, West Bay South and what is happening in Red Bay and what's the update in Prospect? Hey, we want to know too.
Yeah.
Where are the figures of West Bay South?
Yeah.
I don't know why this is updating.
And then Georgetown South as well. We want to get that.
Andre Banks was leading by a substantial margin. The last one that we got for West Bay South, maybe by
153 votes.
Yes.
So 253 to 100 were the last numbers we received for West Bay South. But then, we need it. All right, well, let's rejoin Ms. Paulette in the Brac. Ms. P?
Hi. I have Mr. Moses here with me. Can you hear?
Yeah.
Hold on. All right, Green, I'm going to speak to Mr. Moses.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Moses, you just been returned as the incumbent for Cayman Brac West and Little Cayman. Your thoughts and feelings, sir?
Well, obviously extremely pleased. Thanking my committee and everybody that worked so hard. A lot of people came out today to vote. We were happy with that. Excited about what we're going to do in the next 4 years. And I'm really looking forward to getting down there tomorrow and talking about forming the government.
Okay. Green, anything you want to ask him before he goes and starts the celebration?
Mr. Hart? We speak to Mr. Moses. No, ma, let him go celebrate. It's been a long campaign.
No, well, he made a statement just now looking forward to coming down to forming the government. Does he mean a PPM-led coalition again?
Yes, he says he's looking forward to coming down tomorrow and speaking to the other elected candidates to form the government. The music was quite loud for a bit there because obviously the celebrations have started. So I'll just let him just repeat it once again.
Check it.
Absolutely looking forward to coming down in the morning. Julie and I are coming down the same flight. Obviously, we look forward to seeing our colleagues there and looking to see how we can put a government together.
Okay, and that's a PPM-led coalition that you're talking about?
PPM-led coalition.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Good to talk to you.
Thanks. Thank you very much, too. Safe flight back, huh?
Okay, gentlemen and my fellow cousin Connolly in the studio. I didn't know you had radio in you. Green, you have to be careful tonight because you're being surrounded by double Connolly.
Well, listen, we are two things. We're very smart because we assembled wonderful people, and we were very, very grateful that she was so willing to accept the invite to join us. The other thing that we are is hungry. Just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Remember what the boss told you about that?
No, Mom. I'm just teasing.
I know she's taking good care of you all there.
Miss Norma, if she would allow us to accept the public, appreciation, she's incredible, man. So thank you, Miss Norma. All right, Miss Paulette, thanks very much, huh? And
yes.
I'm getting
I think that will do it for me here in Cayman Brac,
Yes, ma'am.
It's been an honor. It's been a privilege to be able to cover these elections this year.
Yes, ma'am.
This election year. And thank you all for the good work in the studio and for all of the team out in the field. We really appreciate all the hard work.
Amen. And thank you, too. And I believe we can now go to Red Bay. Kathy, to confirm what I'm seeing on my screen. But Kathy, hopefully you tell me something I don't know. How are you? No, okay. We had Kathy in Red Bay. We're getting some updates. Let's see if we can get it on the big screen. Coming out of Red Bay for some results, but we were hoping to connect up with our Kathy Miller. Like the rest of the Radio Cayman team, dispersed throughout the country, giving us... So Wilson? Nope. Kathy's there? Okay, Kathy? Okay. All right, so she's going to tell us what hopefully Ms. Conley can show us in a second.
I'm wondering if the Deputy Premier in the Brac knows
something
a little bit more than we know.
He says he's coming down tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right, well, I'm seeing some results out of Red Bay, but I want to connect with Kathy first to see where we are. And Mr. Connor, you have good connections and resources. See if you can get this thing, for next election when we're running. You know, you going for Owen Island?
Well, tomorrow after the government is formed, I'm going to get this all sorted out.
There you go. Are you hoping to be that quickly? I want us to put it on the table at some point. If it's okay, I'll ask the question now. What do we think that government is going to look like, right? So once the results come in, if you wish to speculate about it, I'm asking. If not, I fully respect and understand that, right?
Yeah.
What I can say for certainty, you won't be on the cabinet, and I won't be on the cabinet. Other than that,
I wouldn't even make a cabinet.
We wouldn't know very much. Okay, so if not, let's put some results for Red Bay, Miss Conley. Do you have it?
Unfortunately, the website hasn't been uploading in the last 10 minutes.
Okay, well, unless this was sent to me, snapshot of the. See, Mr. Connor.
You can say that this is you can say it's unofficial. And
yeah. But this coming from the Gulf Elections website, right? Mm-hmm. So we didn't pull it up here. So there's Kathy. Oh, good. Kathy, the savior to the sinner. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yes. Good evening.
Buenas tardes.
I didn't know that I got cut off, so I don't know what you heard. And
no, we didn't even know that you were talking.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So I think you said you had some numbers on your screen, and
no, I have some number on my screen, but not on the big screen. But we're waiting for your screen so we can screen.
Well, I didn't get a screen, and you know that the refreshing for elections.ky isn't fastest right now. But unofficially, I was quoted numbers that it was something like 425 to 525.
Five, yeah. So 5. So we have 535 to Mr. McLaughlin, and 425 to Mr. Jackson in Red Bay.
There you go.
Yeah. Those are the numbers that I've been sitting on for a little bit now.
So that is why the deputy leader spoke about
coming down to
form the government. And what we have to bear in mind also, right? Because the premier cannot be premier for another term.
Yeah.
He is effectively, I guess, based on the PPM's constitution, the new leader of the PPM is Mr. Roy McTaggart. And he is successful in his constituency.
And they probably can pick up. So, Kathy, while we keep you on, I get my story. What else can you share with us, Mom?
Well, I missed Mr. Jackson by about 2 minutes, so they must have finished that counting really quick. So I'm now trying to get over to Prospect primary. So I understand that Mr. Miles, I believe, is inside the polling station at Prospect primary. So I'm trying to, hopefully I haven't missed there and I can catch him.
I'll give you a hint, Kathy. If you see that the candidates that you don't see around there, that tells you something. The ones that
nobody here. Listen, it's a ghost town for me.
Okay, somebody's out on the road celebrating in their motorcade.
No, I'm so surprised because I'm so used to people on the road and cars honking and everybody cheering and just being outside. But we're too civil right now. Too civil.
I think the party will start tomorrow.
You know,
the meet will start. The pot of turtle will start tomorrow.
So you're heading down to Prospect now, right, Kathy?
Yes, going back to Prospect primary to see if there's any development there, because I know that they were closed. They also said within an hour, and that was about a half hour ago. So
okay, perfect. Keep us posted.
Miss anything there?
No, we don't want you to miss any of that, especially the turtle meeting now, cornbread.
So,
all right, thanks very much.
So, excuse me.
Okay, so that's our Kathy Miller.
So it seems to me then that according to the affiliations, the government would have 5 people on their side,
They've got 5,
and the independents would have 6.
Yeah, well, and then I've got a lot of people weighing in. That's what I was asking about speculation, right? So we know, a couple of the results are already finalized, and where they will align, and this whole jockeying of what will happen. So we'll get it in a second to see what else is going up to where we are.
Another part of the analysis is one of the potential leaders of the independents has not been successful. One of them, possibly 2 of them, in the smaller electoral districts, and neither of them. So you have Mr. Chris Saunders in Bordon Town West, right?
Panton.
He's an incumbent, and you have
Panton
Mr. Panton. It depends on where Mr. Panton decides to go, whether or not he is going to look to try to form a government on his own, or whether or not he will try go and join the governing coalition.
Well, you have to look at what his affiliations were before they vote.
Yes.
Remember, he was supporting Brian in Georgetown.
Okay.
He was on Brian's platform.
Okay.
And he was also supporting Miss Wilkes, I think, in West Bay.
Okay.
So it seems to me.
And he's got Miss Heather Bordon going along.
And Miss Heather Bordon going along with him.
Oh.
And it's got Brian. And, Mr. Brian is looking for a position.
Right.
So it seems to me that in that group, the leadership would be between Sanders and Panton.
Well, we know also in East End that the PPM said that this time around that they were going to try to unseat Mr. McLean.
Well, he's on.
So if we can assume that
Rankin will take that seat.
That Rankin was supported by the PPM.
That's right. Well, that was what was indicated.
You can count him on their
okay.
side.
So while we're making some good analysis, let's go join Felicia. Joel, how do you say her name? Come on, Miss Felicia.
Solomon Salmon.
Good evening, Mom. Thank you so much, Miss Felicia. Our very own Radio Cayman's Felicia.
Hi, how are you guys?
Welcome back.
Good to be back. I'm here with Mr. Roy McTaggart. How are you feeling tonight?
Feeling very happy with the way things are shaping up for me this evening.
And how has this whole day been? Has it just been incredibly nerve-wracking?
Not really for me. This is my third time, so I consider myself a seasoned candidate. But this one, I think, was a much quieter day for me. And I'm really been impressed with how quickly the count has been accomplished. This is the quickest I've ever seen it, and I think kudos to the elections team for the good work that they have done. As far as I know, it's been largely a problem-free and no real issues that I am aware of into the election today. A few protests and stuff, but otherwise it's been very good.
And what are your thoughts on voter turnout?
I think from what I can see from the numbers, it may be a little bit more than it was in 2017, or it's within the same range, which is a little bit lower, historically for Cayman, because our turnouts have been much higher in the low 80s, as far back as I can remember. So, but overall, I'm very satisfied with the turnout.
You guys have any questions?
All right. No, Mr. Ossie?
Well, Mr. McTaggart, when we spoke to the deputy premier in the Brac, he stated that he was looking forward to coming down tomorrow and forming a government or seeking to form a government. Are you of the same view that your party will have the numbers at least to command enough numbers to woo others on your side to form a government?
But OC, basically, yes, I'm starting that confidence is building and building quite swiftly for me. Mm-hmm. Clearly, a number of key races have yet to be called, but I do believe that the momentum is favoring the progressives and a progressive victory or an alliance victory. Mm-hmm. And we will reach out when we see what the final lay of the land looks like. There are those there that we are prepared to reach out to maybe try and entice them to come across and be a part of the government. But we have to wait and see what the final lay of the land looks like in terms of who is successful at the polls.
Right.
Okay,
great.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Mr. McTaggart, and we do have results for West Bay South, and then we have some others as well. So, but before we do that, any other comments from our wonderful Miss Felicia?
I'm just happy to be here. I'm so grateful that I caught Mr. Roy McTaggart. He's very kind to take time out of his busy evening to come and do this, and it's very quiet, it's very calm here, and the night is shaping up to be pretty good.
Oh, exactly. Well, thank you very much, and you guys make it that much better, so thanks very much. Now we're going to give, talk to you in a bit. So here are some results from West Bay South, and I'll just say unofficial because
that's right.
We can't put our eyes on it, but I can. Andre Ebanks in West Bay South, 439. Raul Nicholson Co, 154. All right.
North side is Ebanks.
And then I'll give you the other one. What was the one just now wanted to give us?
Were you
able to get that for us, Miss Georgetown South. I can, if you can put that up. If not, I'll look at it here. So this is a contest between Miss Barbara Conley and Miss Alec Lindsay. Georgetown South. The results are thus far: Miss Barbara Conley 357, Aldrich Lindsay 336. At last look, 693 of the ballots were counted. So,
and that's Georgetown
South.
1,335 registered voters.
Which one? That's Georgetown what?
Georgetown South.
Georgetown
So
South?
Barbara,
That's called?
Barbara's leading. She's
Yeah,
leading
just
there.
leading by just, but okay, we're gonna go to interview, but first we go to the phones to join JJ. Jericho, how are you?
Yes, sir, Mr. Dwayne. I've left the Savannah area, and I'm now in Georgetown South, the one you just covered.
Mhm.
I've got Mr. Aldrich Lindsay with me, and according to my inside information, there's one more box to count here at this polling station. But he would like to say something to the voters in the constituency so far.
Yeah, Dwayne, thanks for all the good work, man. Just listening to you and keeping Cayman up to date, you know. So it's a very close race in Georgetown South. And, you know, we're close because more voters, more residents took an interest in the election. So I'm happy to see the participation. I'm happy to see all the support. And just thanking all of the supporters and voters for coming out, man, because we had a hard time last year trying to get young voters registered, and it's something we're going to continue to do, you know, whatever the result is here today. I just wish we could encourage more young voters to come out, but I'm happy that those who did come out actually came out. So we're going to wait for the last box to be counted, and it's pretty much neck and neck, Dwayne, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, man. Well, you know, we're glad that we have this opportunity for a free and fair election, and for all the candidates to contest as they do, and the voters to participate. And to you and all the candidates with the courage, it takes a lot. As some have appreciated this time. So, hear from you very soon. Thanks very much, huh?
Thank you for covering all this.
All right, most likely, man. We're gonna see.
All right, Dwayne, I'll hang around, and when we get the results, I'll let you know.
All right, well, put up a chair, man, because hanging around will be tiring.
No, that's okay.
There you go.
Sorry.
There you go, man. Well, we've got it. So now we're seeing West Bay West sort of formally what we announced
That's what
earlier.
you would say, yeah.
Okay, so we can formally say what we saw unofficially from West Bay West. William McKeever Bush at 312 and Mario E. Banks at 322. Now this is what we said earlier. It's now been populated on the screen. And it's not as enticing as cassava cake, but it's, you know.
That is a very close race.
That's a close race.
That's a close race.
All right.
10 votes difference.
And perhaps I can maybe share something else for us as well if you want. Man, I should have really worn my glasses tonight. Come on screen, tap and touch. Oh, see, you can see what this is. Hold on. This is a result from somewhere. Oh wait, this is the missing ballots that Donald Trump was looking for.
So
Georgetown South. Okay. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Georgetown South. Miss Conley, what's the
Still
result there?
One ballot box left to go.
Okay.
Hold on. Where are you, man? All right. So let's see if this is any different from what we just shared. And nope, same thing, right? 357 and 336. Okay,
Yep,
good stuff.
It's up now.
Yeah. So just I was checking it because sometimes you know I would almost tease and say Mr. Gomez might be there saying that stuff, but we won't do that. He'd be like, "Boy, leave me alone if I see you again later."
693 votes counted in Georgetown South. We still have a lot to go. Like you said, one more box.
Yeah.
Can I share with us? And this is where I think I love the participation of all of us as voters and the armchair sort of commentators, right? So here's a speculation on the part of one of our listeners. You know, just feeling that if the results go this way, that perhaps in the makeup of the government, as we were speculating earlier, that perhaps Mr. Brino, Mr. Andre, and Mr. Isaac could align with the PPM. Now, another listener said, remember the premiere last evening said that perhaps Heather is with the progressives, Jay and Isaac is also with the progressives. So that could, as you alluded to what Mr. Moses said earlier, he's coming on to form the government.
Well, Mr. Sterling, right now, as it stands today, right, as it stands at this moment in time, the government has their affiliates, their alliances. They have 8 people. They have Mr. Cornell. They have O'Connor, Hugh, Rankin, White, McTaggart, J.E. Banks, Andre E. Banks, and Ms. Conley. If she wins the election, they would need one more.
Okay. So with that in mind, now, I want to make sure I was paying attention and keeping the notes, and I even wouldn't try to venture to say I can read what I wrote down. But is 12 of the 19 seats already accounted for?
Yes.
So we have Panton.
You have 7 seats left.
Right. 12 and 7 is 19. Carry the 1, put down the 7, and you get this.
Yes, right.
So 12
Don't
seats.
forget to carry the 2.
Carry the 2?
Yes,
All right.
yes.
So 12 seats of the 19 have already been decided.
That's right.
All right.
When we look at Georgetown South, in the 2017 general elections, Ms. Barbara Conley got 40.67% of the vote. That's 375 votes against Mr. Mike Adams, who had 307 and 33.3%. Mr. Alric Lindsay received 90 votes, 9.76%. So in the calculation there, what we have to look at now is how many of the votes that Mr. Mike Adams got
Okay.
would Mr. Alric Lindsay be able to grab, to be able to clutch victory from the draws, of the incumbent.
So
he would have to have a substantial amount of votes in that last box.
Yes.
To be able to, because she's already with 50% of the vote.
Okay. So
if I just one more thing, if I may, those boxes in terms of the alphabets, right?
Are important.
They're important, and the candidates know that because they know it's like certain districts when you see all of the E's, the E-Bankses, or in Bordon Town in a particular district, the Fredericks or whomever. It means something.
Oh,
they know how many votes, not how many votes, but they know that they have a substantial amount of votes in those boxes. I think the progressives are feeling quite confident at this point in time, and they're displaying that
much more confident than you know, my friend.
Based on what we're hearing, what we heard from the deputy, and what we heard from the new leader of the progressives, Mr. McTaggart.
Okay, let's join.
I think they're very confident, and they've got a few things under the sleeve here that we don't know.
Right. So let's join our own Kathy again in Prospect. Kathy, thanks for being back in.
Hey, no problem. Yes, I'm here at Prospect Primary, where we know that the candidates here, Austin Harris, Sabrina Turner, and Michael Miles. Now, I thought, okay, I came at the right time, and maybe I did. I think they might be done counting.
Yeah. So we're here.
Because a burst of people came out the door, and I saw Mr. Miles, and I got all excited, and he declined to speak.
Okay.
And said, possibly not. So I think that gives an inkling of what may have transpired.
All right. Well, we have an inkling of what may have transpired as well.
What do you got on your end?
So in Prospect,
can you pull up Prospect? I don't know the final count, but we're understanding that there is a change in Prospect.
Well, I remember the previous count that you guys gave for Prospect was 210 for Austin Harris,
right?
215 for Michael Miles, 235 for Sabrina Turner. That's the last number that I
what we're seeing.
That's the last count. So we're hearing from the drones flying over and the ching sitting on the fence, and a new bird that I recently discovered, on Hingle, just dancing slowly in the pond next door, that the lady candidate may have secured the seat.
Okay.
Sabrina Turner.
Yeah. So.
All right.
Yeah, we're not going to say that officially, but that's what we hear.
Now, I'll tell you what. Based on my interviews with her, she seemed to be intent, and based on what some of the statements that she made, intent on replacing the government. So I'm not sure that she's one that
wants to join the
PPM can count
PPM.
on. Yes, I'm not sure that she is.
Yeah. It's going to be an interesting outcome where we see that. So, Kathy, as you come across more stuff, share with us, all right?
I definitely will. The policeman that I thought was so nice and helpful to me just tried to banish me to the nether regions of half the boundary here. But I have made friends with some of the people here, so I think
you might be okay.
Cool. So I'll let you know a little bit more.
Right.
I'm going to find out, and we will. I'll lock in with you soon. But you might get the official results before I do. So.
Well, you know what?
That's questionable.
I loved it last time when I did, and I'm so grateful to everybody who is sharing stuff with us. And we don't want to, preempt anything. We certainly don't want to be in a betray, but we got to get it there, right?
Right.
So thank you for what you're doing, and maybe we'll see something else now.
You guys sound great.
Thank
All
you,
right.
thank you.
We have this update for West Bay South.
Okay, so West Bay South, here's an update. Thanks to Kathy. Ms. Conley, give us the update for West Bay South. I have it, but tell us.
Okay, just making sure we have the same thing.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so Andre Ebanks has 606 votes, and Raul Nicholson Cole has 226
Well, you
votes.
can call that.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Because the number of voters, that's 1,537, and what you said was
The
600.
total number is 832.
Casted already.
832.
The margin is too big. No,
Yes,
no,
yes, can't be overcome.
It can't be overcome.
It's going to be
Go
very
away,
difficult.
go
You would have to
away.
get everyone.
So he would have to get every vote in the box, that new
For
box.
that last
Yes,
box.
that
Well,
last
that
box.
young man has given up a position that he had, even though it was for a limited period in
Georgetown West final?
in the London office.
Mm-hmm. All right.
We'll talk more about that.
Okay,
tomorrow.
so
he's one of those hammy guys.
so we're going to get the this last sorry to interrupt you. The final for Georgetown West, and I think what Miss Conley has on the screen is what I have in my pocket. That's good. Go ahead, Miss Conley. Sorry, I gotta laugh.
Yeah, we have to, because the technology tonight is just
All right, so give it to us, Mom.
So Perlina McGaw Lumsden has 198 votes. Elio Solomon with 135 votes, Dr. Kenrick Webster with 98 votes, and David White with 457 votes.
And 1,285 registered voters.
And 888 votes has been already casted. Well, they would have to get every vote. The other candidates would have to get every vote now to be able to overcome Mr. White.
I mean, one of them would have
one
to.
of them.
Yes.
One of them.
The margin is too almost insurmountable.
No.
And if you look at it too, we see in that seat there were two newcomers, so to speak, not contesting the seat.
Mm-hmm.
But as a very, very intelligent man raising his shares with us, we're looking at two things tonight. History from the perspective of the number of women that elected. Thus far, we if we're correct, so far we have Miss Wilkes, Miss Julie, Miss Heather, right? Unofficially, it would seem Miss Turner, and if Miss Conley wins, we have 4 or 5. So that's a large number than in the past.
Yes.
And we could see also, well, from the perspective of the long-serving member in the form of Mr. Bush, if he's there, but also Miss Julie, if she, that result changes, right? She becomes the mother of the house, as it were. Mm-hmm. Having gone since '96.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's talk about Mr. Bush a little bit. His influence.
Sorry, can we say public?
His influence in West Bay has been diminished substantially.
Right, but as you turn
with the loss with Captain Eugene and with Mr. Ralston Anglin not being voted in and not being able to capture, West Bay South as well. Diminished substantially.
So if you wish, but if you wish to just clarify that, right? Look over the screen. I have the final. Miss Conley, give us the final for West Bay West. I think this is the final results. Read it for us, Miss Conley.
William McKeeva Bush with 458 votes, and Mario Ebanks with 431 votes.
Okay.
So
close.
Very close. Very.
And that's the final for West Bay West. So Mr. Bush has, has pulled it off, right? But I think a surprise to anyone, but still probably closer than many would have expected. But Mr. Ortney was sharing that even with that in mind, he has not only probably taken a beating with the loss of his, his long-time, companion in the political arena. Maybe what plays out later on after the results come in, we talk about it. To what extent were there external influences on that particular electoral district? To what extent the other things that have transpired over the 36 years? I mean, are people just ready for something different globally as well as locally?
Well, what we have seen with single-member constituencies and one person, one vote is that it has taken away the coattails from politics.
Yes.
It has taken away the coattails. Very difficult for you to run on somebody's coattails in these days, this day and age.
Well,
and
that's what
that
it's
is
supposed
good.
to. That is
for
what it's supposed
democracy.
to be. That is what the results are supposed to demonstrate.
Could we show?
You have to run on your own merit.
Mr. Steve, respectfully, perhaps this is the update for Prospect, and let's maybe look at that. This is the final update. So, Mr. Nico?
Austin Harris with 288 votes, Michael Miles with 307 votes, and Sabrina Turner with 353 votes.
So, as we heard unofficial, and it was official.
Now it's official.
Ms. Turner has won that seat.
She's won
so
with
the change.
37.24% of the vote.
Right, so everybody pooled about a third of the votes, thereabouts, right?
A third, yes.
Now, would the results have been different if there's a 1v1 contest in this arena? Can we see where we are with respect to Red Bay? Anything up there? No.
Yeah.
All right.
That's the one that's going to prove the PPM's strength.
Well, the PPM is already here now.
Yeah. But for your leader or former leader, if he were to lose, that in itself would still be a blow to a certain extent.
What's that constituency? Red Bay.
Red Bay.
So
well,
if the
well,
premier were to lose the seat,
they already have elected 3 or 4 potential leaders in that group. There is well, they already have their leader, which is McTaggart.
Mr. McTaggart, yes.
And so they already have enough material for ministries too, including the new ministry that's going to be now imposed now during because of the election now.
So here's potentially Red Bay. The final for Red Bay. Yeah, the Red Bay is final. So here we have it.
Red Bay.
Red Bay is final. So Ms. Conley.
James Samuel Sammy Jackson with 425 votes, and Alden McLaughlin with 535 votes.
Okay.
So, I mean, 110? 100 is for a premier who's probably been the most popular ever in the political career, given the management. That's an excellent showing, I think.
Yeah, and when you consider the fact that when he was running for his second term, Red Bay was not necessarily a safe seat. And one of the things that you do is that you always find a safe seat for your party leader to run in, because that is the person who's the head of the party who needs to be elected. Prospect would have been the safe seat for him originally,
right?
But they put him. Mr. Denniston Tibbetts in the last election made a pretty good showing. He got 30-something% of the votes in Red Bay. So I think you have to take your hats off. And I know if some people are listening, they say, "Oh, he's a PPM person." Anyway, I even had someone on my show say, "I know you are a party member. I know. I have the proof to show that you're a party member of the PPM." But you have to take your hats off to them.
So the seat now that we're looking at now is Bordon Town East.
All right.
That has not been called because that would be the last one.
Okay. So let's go to the phones.
Because now the government would have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 already elected.
Well, I'm going to give some speculation.
And independents would have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Okay. Let's pick up this caller and then we come back to that discussion. Hey, good evening. Thank you for weighing in. Thanks for your contribution.
Good afternoon, panel.
Afternoon and evening and the morning and the next day.
Good afternoon to Dr. Frank, Dr. Steve.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good evening. Good night. Good night.
Good night, sir.
Yes.
Do you know who it is?
Yes.
No, to tell us.
He know who he did.
Yeah, but that's Mike.
You remember? No, we ain't gonna say nothing. We just gonna say this.
All
no
right.
more. You
There you-
remember when we was up in Jamaica, what you said to me and I said to you?
Can you repeat that publicly? You talked to Dr. Steve, right? So
Yeah, Dr. Steve.
yeah, he said no. He never remember.
Oh, you don't remember? I know you remember.
Okay, so
But I
before
just
you
want to
continue, right? Sorry, Ms. Reba, don't go anyway. We have the Bordon Town East results and it's final. Miss Conley.
No, I gonna come off now because I gonna get up early. I need to go to bed. But
But what you do is stay up and don't.
Doctor, Mr. Steve.
Yes.
You remember what you said to me up in Jamaica? Think about it.
Okay. Thanks, Ms. Reba.
You remember? That's all you got to say.
Yes, I remember.
We were right.
All right.
You were right, me and you.
All right, you go to bed because you got to get up early. Good night, Mom.
Yeah. Okay. Bye.
I'll see you in the back later. All right, so here is the final for Bordon Town East.
Osborne Borden with 472 votes, and Dwayne John Seymour with 735 votes.
So Osborne Borden took 60% of the vote, 6.89% of the vote.
John,
John took 6.8% of the vote.
Yes.
So now, Mr. Cocornell was right when he said he's coming down tomorrow to form the government.
He knew what he was talking about.
Because the only thing now that matters now is who is going to be the cabinet within that group. Because they have the numbers now. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. They have 12 members on their side, according to their affiliations. The independents have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on their side. So the government picked up the same amount of seats that they've had at the last time almost.
Okay, well, so you're looking at the leader being the premier, and he's going to take a mysterious.
You're looking at Mr. McTaggart as the premier?
Looking at Mr. Seymour if he remains, because remember now, Mr. Seymour is he's not a PPM member.
Well, he said he was remaining with the government.
Okay, if he keeps that pledge,
Yes.
then you're going to see him return as a minister.
Yes.
Miss Julie, you will see her return
Yes.
as a minister.
Yes.
Who else?
Mr. Hugh will return as a minister.
Will return as a minister. Yeah.
Yes. And you will see, and then you have.
I believe I would expect that you will see
Andre Ebanks as a ministry.
Miss Barbara get a ministry this time.
Or Mr. Andre Ebanks.
And remember, you have an additional minister as well. Now you have, instead of 7, you will have 8.
Yeah, and you will see Mr. McLaughlin come back as a minister.
And then you will see some of those independents gravitate over to get a parliamentary secretary as well. You will see that. You will see that happening.
Yes.
Ms. Conley, gents, we have a couple of things. We're going to go to interview by WhatsApp.
Sure.
But first, we're going to join the phones. We have Dion with Mr. Bush. Miss Dion.
Yes. Hi, Dwayne.
Hey, yo.
I'm fine, thanks. It's loud, as you can hear. It's very loud here in West Bay West. The horns are going off. The Makiba Bush and his fans are out here in numbers. He's bracing his family. He's bracing his family at the moment. He says family first, and then he'll get to the media. So
I
we
would
are
bring the
just
speaker from outside if I was them.
waiting for him.
Yes.
We're waiting for him to tell us, what this has been, what's this feeling like as he embraces his wife.
All right.
Here in front of the John A. Cumber Primary School polling station.
And as Dion, so we also have Georgetown East final up as well.
As you can hear, his grandchildren are screaming and embracing him. And I just ran from West Bay South to rush here because, Mr. Bush's results came in first. But we have him here. He's embracing his family, his grandkids, and his wife. And you can hear the noise. I'm waiting to get to him. Mr. Bush?
Yeah, Newlands as well, too. So.
Mr. Bush, we're live with Radio Cayman. Live. Live, yes. All right. I can't get through the big crowd.
Okay, so Dion, what we'll do, once we can come back to you. We can give the results for...
Just give me 1 more second.
Okay.
I might have him soon.
Okay. And then we can get Kathy as well.
I got him.
got him.
You sound like you got a fish, man.
You can. Yes, you can.
Reel him in.
Thank you so much. Tell us, what is this moment like for you today?
Firstly, I want to give thanks to the God I know. It's a real God. And I want to give thanks to my family, my wife, who's here, all of my family that I have is here. My grandbaby, 2 years old, is here. And I want to give thanks next to my committee, my council, those who have worked with me for 36 years now, and the new ones that have come on. I want to thank the Cuban, what we call the Cuban delegation, the Latino delegation, and I want to thank the Jamaican community, not just here in West Bay West, but throughout our island. The Jamaican community has stuck steadfast by me. And of course, my constituents of West Bay West, this was a cliffhanger. I've never faced anything like this. I didn't have a lot of money to spend. Obviously, there was a lot of money spent. Where I had one sign up, Mario had 3 signs up, and he was on radio every day. I didn't have that luxury. But the thing is now, I still don't have all the results. I understand that there has been many changes. I want what I said back in 2017. Let us get together and put the best government forward. Whatever I'm called to do, I am there to do it. If I am not given a post of any kind, I will still carry out my duties as the elected member for West Bay West and a representative for the Cayman Islands. It is important for me to say that the LGBT community fought me hard in this district nationally, and many lies have been told. But the vast majority of my support were good, decent women here in my district. And I am proud of that. I'm proud of all my support, but the fact that there was a well-orchestrated movement to remove me. Those women stood fast and said, no. Let bygones be bygones. And they looked at it this way. They said, we want to look at his record of work. That's what they wanted.
Yes, sir.
Next move, as I said, is to form a government, or to help form a government, and that's what I'm going to do. The biggest thing is, I have been looking for good, decent West Bay people to take over. I do have people who will be willing to do that next time. If I serve this time fully, it'll be 40 years. That's a lot. And I'm not going to say that I'm going to give up, because, not at the end, because I'm one of those who believes that democracy must take its course and the people must have its say.
And the people want your back. People have your back.
All right. Dion, thank you, and say our respects to Mr. Bush. And before we go join Catherine Prospect, could we give we enjoying Catherine Prospect before we do? Can we give the results for just the final results for Georgetown East and for Newlands as well, right? So Georgetown East first. This is the final results.
Richard Bernard with 7 votes. Emily DeCoux with 217 votes. Christina Hislop Rawlinson with 76 votes. Frank Macfield with 61 votes, apologies, and Roy McTaggart with 645 votes.
Okay. And if you get Savannah as well, if not, I'll just pull it up here, but the final, so that's the final, as we said earlier. But then Newlands, I said, right? Did I say Savannah? To Newlands.
Keep confusing.
Yeah, I keep thinking, my friends up there, man, they're going to say, dude, get it right.
You're going to have to go carry some turtle meat for them or something.
Mr. O.C. will take it from me.
It won't reach them across me.
I gave it to O.C. So if you don't get it in Newlands or Savannah, okay. Good. So, yeah. All right. We're going to so Savannah, and then we go to, if not, pull it up for me. Savannah.
I clicked it, just wait.
All right. So let's go to the phones first, Miss Norma. Let's go to the phones and join our Kathy. Hi, Kathy.
Hi, I'm back again. Thank you.
Hi.
I'm here at Prospect Primary, and I'm here with returning officer Judith Witter.
Mm-hmm.
And she's going to tell us a little bit about how today went. Judith, how are you doing this evening?
At the moment, tired, but glad that it's over.
You did tell me, I think, 3 a.m. you were up getting ready.
Correct. Yeah. The process at Prospect went very well today. We had a steady flow of voters coming right through, and no hiccups, no hitches. Everything went smoothly.
Was this your first time as a returning officer?
No, this is actually my second time as a returning officer.
What does your role consist of? What do you have to be responsible for?
Okay. Well, as a returning officer, I am in charge of the Prospect Electoral District. I issue the postal ballots and assist with the mobile voting, and then also I make sure that the three polling stations at Prospect are running smoothly, and also I do the count at night.
Okay, so you're part of that team counting in there.
Yes, I'm the counter.
She's the boss.
Yeah.
Can you describe what was that atmosphere like inside there this evening? Because I think Mr. Michael Miles was the only candidate that was there, but what was that atmosphere like in there with him?
Calm, and they had a job to get done, and they were the tally clerks were determined to get it done, and the counts and poll agents were determined to get it done, and we got through.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you for your service, and I appreciate you talking with us on Radio Cayman. All right, I know she's so tired, up from at least 3 a.m., so I'm grateful that she did take the moment there when I'm sure she just wants to wrap up and go home to talk with us. So.
Okay. One of the things that I'm so proud about the elections officials is Kathy, if you're still there, and Ms. Judy is still there, is that Ms. Judy started out as a poll clerk, the person who sits in there, and when you come in, they tick your name off, cross it off and everything, to a presiding officer, to a returning officer, and we have seen that throughout the elections process where people graduate from one position to the other, and that is how things should work, not only in the elections office in the Cayman Islands, but throughout the Cayman Islands, where Caymanians first.
And succession in positions, definitely. Yes. But what's also beautiful about that, and what you described with Ms. Judith, as I'm sure with so many, is that it shows the interest people have in the growth and the betterment for their country. So to be part of a democratic process like this, it shows how invested they are in their country, and that's a beautiful thing.
And when it goes so smoothly, you feel so proud.
Yeah, that's it. That level of training that we see from all of those who've been involved, and can I say this with respect? A lot of us civil servants who still do their jobs otherwise, and then Ms. Judy just shared she was there the whole day, the whole night. She's there. So, Kathy, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Okay, good. With that, let's Newlands. Let's get an update for Newlands and sorry, Miss Norma. What's she saying? Okay, Joel, talk to me. I just want the final result for Newlands. Okay. And then we got a clip to play the thing. Newlands results.
Official results?
What's recorded is like the compass, news printed, readers loud. Good.
Roydell Carter with 29 votes. Raul Gonzalez with 156 votes. Wayne Panton with 655 votes. And Alva Saku with 346 votes.
Okay. That's that one there, right?
So Roydell Carter would have lost his deposit. He only got 2.45% of the vote.
Yeah, you got to get 10% now.
You have to get 10%.
It has to be 10% of the votes cast.
Yeah.
Right.
And see, stuff like that is what I'm talking about, that the young people don't know. I asked you that tonight, right?
But
and
how many of the candidates know? Just kidding.
They know when they're going to ask for their money back.
The question is, should you get your money back? But anyway, we do have an earlier recorded interview that Shanda Gallego had done with Mr. Dion John Seymour.
Okay.
My apologies for just getting to that now, but let's go.
Mr. Dion John Seymour, you have just declared winner
for this Bordon Town East District. First of all, how do you feel about this win?
I feel great. I'm ecstatic. It's my first time being re-elected. And I want to thank the people of Bordon Town East for all that they have done. Obviously, it was a different election, one like I've never seen before. I want to thank the returning officer and all the team that worked here at the elections office. Returning Bordon Town East was the first count that came out of the box. I want to thank them for that. I want to thank all my agents. I want to thank all the persons working on the ground, door to door, working in the office, all my family. I want to thank all the residents and voters of this constituency of Bordon Town East. I must admit, when the vote came about to vote for single-member constituency, I was against it. I actually voted against it because I understood the dangers, exactly what I seen happening in this election. It was very dangerous with the vote buying and everything else. Even right here along the street, vote buying happening today. And I want to say that people need to take note that there is a God. There is a God. And God saw a man that read scriptures for 64 days while some laughed at him. And God will never leave me alone. Never. Never.
Mrs. Seymour, once again, what does this support mean, and what does this mean for you to have your support here tonight in this moment as you look forward for the next 4 years?
Well, I want to build on this. Obviously, there's a percentage of persons that didn't vote for me. So I want to find out what are their concerns, what can I do to get their support. So I'm not just looking at the persons who supported me. Obviously, I need to represent all the persons in Bordon Town East. And I want to do that as efficient as possible, knowing all the needs of the people. But I want to thank the 700 and...
Over 700.
Over 700. I don't know how much it is. It's just one more than him. You know, I just pray that nobody's in a straitjacket tonight. And I have my duct tape in the car in case we need it for them. But I've never seen dirty politics like this played out. I've never seen such desperation. The people of Bordon Town East, the people of Bordon Town are very smart voters. I've noticed them over the years. When you need to go, you go. When you need to stay, you stay.
And you cannot be bought.
And even though the media ridicule you.
This is a win for the people because we elected someone that they ridiculed on these podcasts and everything else just because I wasn't advertising on their station, just because they don't know who I am, just because I grew up barefoot in Bordon Town, just because they don't know who my family is, just because I didn't born with a gold spoon in my mouth. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I operate from my heart. All right? And once you start there, you can't go wrong. You can't go wrong. So when you see that I've got so much done for Bordon Town, when you see that we were so successful during the pandemic, when you see all that I achieved nationally in terms of the dump, the waste management facility, the mental health facility, and all the other things that we've achieved in an environment and everything else, it's because it starts from here. I don't work on anything I don't believe in. All right? So I want to say thank you to you all. I want to say thank you to Radio Cayman and some of the other media that was very kind to me. And thank you, Chamber of Commerce, and some of the other media houses that are very kind to us here in Bordon Town East.
Okay, and that was, an interview earlier with former health minister, and who knows?
That's a good thing.
Yeah. So we're going to go now to West Bay, and we have Dion. Miss Dion.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
here
Thank you
with
for.
a huge crowd with Andre, and he just came back because he went back to headquarters and had to come back because the entire crowd was waiting here for him. So he has arrived and he's embracing family and friends, all his loved ones. And before we get to him, I have to say the most I've overheard here standing at West Bay South is how much the people want change. They were craving change, and they loved the fact that Tapian Wilkes has overthrown Captain Eugene in West Bay Central, and they're hoping for more changes, and that's the main thing that everyone is talking about here in West Bay. But right now, I'm trying my best to get to Andre. Mr. Andre. Mr. Ebanks? Mr. Ebanks, Dion Angland with Radio Cayman. We're live. Right, we're live. We got his attention.
All right.
And he's being embraced by former Finance Minister Tara Bush.
Tara Rivers. Tara Bush host for the health of it. Here on Radio Cayman.
We have to get it right. Tara Rivers.
Well, I did a bad job with Felicia's name, so.
It's because I know it's Tara Bush, right? Tara Bush is for the
He actually topped her numbers.
That's exactly what happened.
2017.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Ebanks, can you tell us what this moment is like for you? We're live on Radio Cayman with Dwayne Ebanks, and the rest of the panel. Tell us what this moment is like for you.
It is incredibly humbling to be voted, as far as we know, by a plurality, a majority of the vote of West Bay South Dakota. Thank you, sir, to God in the highest. Thank you to all family, to all their friends, to all supporters, to my fabulous committee, and to the voters. And from this point forward, it is one West Bay South. I even extend those who did not vote for me and those who I haven't even had a chance to meet yet. It is one West Bay South, one reimagining Cayman, one dream, one faith. We go forward from here. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome, Andre. Thank you so much. The incumbent Andre Ebanks here at West Bay South. Thank you guys so much. It's been a wonderful evening. It's all done here in West Bay for me. Congratulations to Mr. Bernie Bush, Ms. Catherine Wilkes, Mrs. Catherine Wilkes, actually, Mr. Andre Ebanks, and of course, Speaker of the House, the Honorable Makiva Bush, that were all elected here tonight in West Bay. Congratulations to all of them. The fans are screaming. We don't want to hear anything more than this. The voices of joy. Everyone is so happy and is so excited for the new faces and some old faces that are still here. Fireworks is bursting through the air, the beautiful colors that are dancing through the sky, and I'm really enjoying myself down here a little too much. But that's it for me here in West Bay. You guys have done a fabulous job in the studio. We appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for the update.
No, thank you too.
Great job, Anika.
Thanks, Dion.
You're very
Good job
welcome,
to you too.
Yeah.
All right, you guys take care. Good night.
All right. Thank you very much, Dion. Good night. And, there's a team on the ground that really did a stellar job.
Yes.
I know, Jose, you were sharing something, and Dr. Steve, we sort of interrupted your train of thought early as we wanted to try to get the results. So, Dr. Steve, whenever you're ready, you can, if you remember your train of thought. Apologies publicly to, asking you to stick a pin there just then when you were talking. But if you come back to it, Mr. Loxley, what about you? I've put you much in it earlier.
Well, I think it's been a good night, and it sort of looks like the PPM will have a good foundation to work from. Now, whether and I think they have the ability to pull from the other ones who are not, I would put it in the category of entrenched independence.
Entrenched independence.
Yes.
That's not sound ominous at all. Not ominous at all.
I believe a lot of them have the interest of the country at heart, and they will, move in that direction. But it kind of looks like the ministries might have already be set with the PPM's incumbents that have won seats.
Mm-hmm.
So, but like you said earlier, OC, the parliamentary secretaries could be a little sweetener, a little bait to pull some of those other folks over to PPM. And the PPM has a solid core, I think.
Between them and their alliances. I have a question in a minute, but I just wanted to ask Mr. Steve, you go, sir.
What it shows me is that, and I have said this all along, and I've tried to inculcate this into the Caymanian society. The British parliamentary system is a political party system.
Mm-hmm.
It works all through the Commonwealth. The largest democracy is India, with millions of people, and they have the party system, and it works. And there's a lot of people in this country who try to say that the party doesn't work, and that's the reason why you should have independence, or right. But you cannot work with independence in a parliamentary system under the Westminster system of democracy. And the PPM has shown that if you organize as a party, and if you have discipline and all the things that a party entails, that you can win elections. People are not putting their confidence in independence, because the whole crux, the whole foundation of the government is the principle of collective responsibility. And if you have independence, where you're independent, you have your own independent way of doing things and of saying things, and your own vision that is different from the other people, how are you going to come to form a government to get consensus to run a country? It just doesn't work. And people say this about the party system, and they usually use Jamaica or some place like that. Jamaica is a indisciplined country. It's not the party system itself, it's the people who runs the party that's the problem. And this election shows me that if you stick to the principles, if you stick together as the people, you can always win, and you can always command the majority of the vote from the people. The people voted tonight for a party, and the reason why I say that, because all of the people, they picked up 3 extra seats that were not PPM. They picked up Rankin, they picked up J.E. Banks, and they picked up Andre E. Banks. So all the rest of people are considered to be party people. I consider John John Seymour to be a party person, because they went with the party. That's why they got elected easily, and they now can form the government again. You cannot run an election by independence and expect people to believe that you can help them and you can run a Westminster system of government by being individuals. It just doesn't work. And for me, I would suggest that all these Saunders and Wilkes and Panton and Bush and Bryan and Bordon and all of those, Turner and all those, got together and formed their party and put their manifesto together, put their vision for the country for the next 20 or 25 years. And they may, if they stick together and get success, you know what? And that leads me to what? The reason, we had a very peaceful election. One of the best, we have one of the best electorate in the world. I would believe, without hitch, without any animosity as far as the election day is concerned. But one of the reasons why some of us can't get together, and Andrew Morris Gerard said this long time ago, in 1950s when he was the commissioner here. Andrew Gerard said that the Caymanian politicians are the most unscrupulous bunch of people he's ever met. He said they hate each other. They do not want to collectively get together to support each other. He said they all wants to be captain, to run to ship. And he was using these maritime metaphors. They all want to go up in the wheelhouse to steer the ship. And if you don't let them get up in the wheelhouse to steer the ship, they will go down the engine and wreck the engine. So the person who can steer the ship, who's supposed to steer the ship, who's appointed to steer the ship, can't steer the ship anywhere. That's a problem that we have. We need to collectively get together as a people. And it's not, I want to say this and emphasize this, it has nothing to do with the party system. It has to do with the people who actually run the party.
Right.
The party system works in Canada, it works in New Zealand, it works in Australia, it works in India, it works everywhere. And the PPM showed tonight that if you get together, if you stay together as a people, if you have your vision together, that you can win elections. And it seems to me that this is the second try now within in recent times that the independents went to the polls and did not form the government. Right. So it has nothing to do with the party system. It has to do with the independent way of campaigning and the independent way of trying to form the government when everybody has his own view.
Right.
Well,
but before you go, we got JJ the Iceman.
Okay.
You know, Jared Cole on the line. Jared.
Yes, sir. I'm in Southtown, Georgetown South.
Yes, sir.
I found a candidate from Georgetown Central who's here to give a little word. Mr. Ken O'Brien, successful again?
Good night, guys. I've been listening to you guys in the studio. Thanks for doing such a great job. I'm giving the information about what's going on. I'm just here trying to find out where the final decision is going to be at in Georgetown South. So excited to see what's going to happen next, and hopefully the country can get a good government to fix these problems that we're having, you know.
JJ, can you find out through Mr. Bryan if the update on Georgetown South, you know, we don't want to speculate that there could be a recount, you know, it was close. We want to know potentially you know, what is happening. Is there a delay of some sort? Is it a recount? An idea?
So there's a lot of activity at the moment, and it's sounding like there's a final result, but
okay.
We don't have official word, so we can't say anything.
Okay, well, that's what we...
just near the poll.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was just stopping by, so was asked for the interview. I hope you guys are going to have a good night, and I'll try to keep you posted as much as possible in any information I get.
Okay. JJ, thanks very much, you know, and update us as we can. So,
all right, I've got Ulrich, but I'm waiting for the final results. I haven't seen Barbara all night, so I think her rep is here, but she's not here.
Okay.
So I'll get back to you guys.
Okay, thanks. So you let us know, right? Keep us posted. All right. So what we want to do, so we'll keep Jared Cole. He's there. That's the final sort of counting station to come back in. But Mr. Steve, to your point earlier, of the 19, if, and I'll ask this hypothetically, right? If Mr. Ponton, Mr. Bernie Bush, Kathy Ebanks, Mr. Kenneth Bryan, Heather Borden, Chris Saunders, Isaac Rankin, J. Ebanks, Andre Ebanks, and Mr. Bush and Ms. Sabrina were to get together, despite what was said in the campaign trail, that's 11. Mm-hmm. They formed their own party now.
If they got together.
If they got together. Mm-hmm. So it's just speculation, conjecture. Mm-hmm. Hey, I may not have a job tomorrow, but we have some fun tonight, right? If they did that, that could be a government. We're not expecting that to happen.
No, I don't expect that to happen because I understand that they were all supported by the government. Those three independents who won were all supported by the government.
Okay, so if we can update the website, Miss Connolly, because I think we have Georgetown South official things. I mean, I've had it on screen here for a second, but I want to see it up there so that you all can see it. So
looks like we do.
Okay, so the final result for the last remaining, Ms. Connolly?
We have Barbara Connolly with 524 votes and Alaric Lindsay with 470 votes.
Okay, so we've seen a number of the incumbents being returned.
That seals it.
And
it's not even 10%.
all right. So, as we go on the table, I mean, I've had a lot of people weigh in relative to what would happen. Maybe I can share without sharing who said what, when, where, and how. We just hear the message, right? Let's pick this one. Let's pick up at random. This is where I really appreciate the engagement. Here's a very astute, informed individual, one of many who weighed in tonight. The government could be as follows, right? And I'll just use the first name if it's okay for everybody else, right? Moses, Joey, Isaac, Jay, John, Heather, Sabrina, Alden, Roy, David, Barbara, and potentially,
Bush.
Yeah. And
Makiba Bush, who's with the government.
Right. So we could see that. Andre could go across there. Another individual weighed in earlier that, again, similar. Moses, Julie, Joey, Roy, John, Andre, Alden, could be the cabinet. Barbara and Heather could perhaps come on. One person weighed in that potentially, you could have, given that,
Remember now there's going to be an extra minister in the cabinet.
Mm-hmm.
Too.
So it's there's potential for a lot of.
I don't expect that machination.
Okay. And now, do you think? Well, I guess it depends on what happens, but we can see it being this way, and the speaker. Is that one that's going to come from the outside or the inside?
If I was the government, I would not select a speaker from inside again. You remember what happened to him the last time?
Mm-hmm.
They brought a speaker from inside, and when they needed the votes, they weren't there. And I would bring a speaker from outside and hold my 12 majority on the floor, so that if a vote ever comes, if a challenge ever comes, I would have 12 people to vote instead of 11 or 10.
Speaker from outside.
I would bring a speaker from outside.
Okay.
That would be my if I was leading the government. That's what I would do.
I mean, but you could even pull one of the people that not your supporter, not part of the alliance and coalition, and so that reduces the number of potential people who could vote against you. Yeah. All right, let's.
Well, that's a possibility, and bearing in mind that the speaker's position is very lucrative financially. That
this is the point, you sir.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Dr. Blackfield would make a good speaker.
Yes, sir.
Make an excellent speaker. He could hit the ground running too.
Right. But we also have former cabinet ministers as well. Like Mr. Pearson from way back when.
Yes.
Someone is ready to share with us.
Yeah.
All right. While we speculate, let's join Jared Cole. He's again still over there in Georgetown South. JJ?
Yes, sir. I'm here live in west of Georgetown South.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
Here with Mr. Alric Lindsay. He's hugging some of his supporters and thanking them for coming out. And I'm here with him now. I think the difference of the votes was 54 votes. 54, I think, was the final result there. So we have 524 for Barbara and 470 for Alric, who got 47.28. Anyway, here's the candidate himself.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm back, Dwayne.
Yes, sir.
Looks like I'm going to get a job at Radio Cayman now.
Well, hold on. So, okay, I can go fishing.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll be speaker.
Yeah, man. It's pretty close, 524 to 470. So, what can you do, man? You got a great team. Hard-working people who give up time from their families and from work. And so, you got to give a lot of shout-out to those people who work hard, put in all the hard work. So, I just had to show up and just do my job while they did the real hard work. So, just happened to work with all those good people and happened to spread a message, and the message I'll continue to spread about transparency and accountability. So, you're not done with me yet, Dwayne.
No, man. And we wanted to ask you that what are your plans going forward? And don't tell me you could come up back across the camp. I'm just kidding. But could we respectfully ask? We earlier saw reports where you had, if we could call it, filed a complaint, and you can describe how you wish, if that's not the right word to use, relative to the ballots and stuff. Could you speak to us about that? What happened? Why you did what you did, and the like?
Yeah, so earlier today we saw some
postal ballots and mobile ballots arise, and we weren't aware as candidates, and none of our agents were aware of the movement of the mobile ballots and the postal ballots. So earlier today, around 4 o'clock, we made a complaint that the boxes were unsupervised, and then we sent that complaint to the Anti-Fraud Commission to ask, in Wesley Howell to ask them.
When you say unsupervised, what do you mean?
Well, we would have expected that the candidate or the agent would have been made aware of the movement. The thing is, we didn't know from the time that the ballots were picked up to the time they reached the polling station. We didn't know what was happening. So I think going forward, there has to be a system where either when you're moving those ballots from the safe, they're on the camera, or you have a candidate or an agent, in that same vehicle with the people when they're moving the ballot.
But aren't there other safeguards in place? The metal seal that is placed on those ballots when the postal ballots are being issued and when they're being received, that has a serial number on it that is recorded. I believe also any adhesive seals that are put on those boxes that the agents or the candidates can affix their signatures to it, so that if the ballot boxes were tampered with, that could be detected. But the reason for those is because the returning officer who's going to conduct the count has those with him to take to the count. Now, unfortunately, in the legislation as we have it, there are no provisions made for those ballot boxes to be accompanied by agents and candidates, unlike what happens if the ballot boxes from a polling station are being transported to the counting station where the candidates and agents. So there's a little different scenario, but I understand your concern, and maybe it is something that needs to be addressed.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I totally understand your explanation, but in the event that a ballot box, that would you. So I do understand what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
All right, if we could maybe ask of you, right, and I'm just listening to you, waiting with a number of our listeners. I apologize, I said this earlier. I want to say it as part of conjecture and speculation, but someone picked up on it. Can I repeat it to you? And I won't read what they said, but they said, could you ask Mr. Aldrich if this is something he would champion with the now elected official, well, they call them members of parliament, so let me call them that as well. So I said earlier that if Mr. Panton, Bernie Bush, Kathy, Mr. Bryan, Heather, Saunders, Mr. Rankin, Jay, Andre, Mike, Serena, everybody else that isn't necessarily the core PPM, despite what may have transpired in the campaign trail, where they come together, there would be sufficient numbers to form their own government. And the listener is asking to ask you, since they're your buddies and they're like, I'm paraphrasing, right? Reach out to them and say, hey guys, let's do this together. You can be speaker, and they could pull it together. Is that something that you would lobby for, or reach out to them to see if they'll be receptive to?
Oh no, I wouldn't be interested in speaker. Speaker requires someone who has a deep knowledge.
Right, but what about the other part? Pulling those 11 together and say, form the government. You now have, you were not necessarily aligned. You said you were independent. I am paraphrasing, okay? I can't repeat what was said verbatim. Is that something that you as a candidate going up against an incumbent member of the party, would you be willing, as this listener is asking to ask through you, to speak to those 11 and say what would they do? Would they be willing to create their own party or alliance or coalition or what have you?
I'm not too sure what your question is.
So the question is then, everybody else other than the core PPM, right? So Mr. Moses, Ms. Julia, Mr. Roy, Joey, Alden, John, David, Barbara. So the remaining elected members, they're asking me to ask you if you would speak to the remaining 11 and have them join together. You would be the
well, the independents have been talking together for a very long time. So, I mean, I've worked with several independents since last year, and coming up to election, we were also having conversations with other independents. So it's totally possible that they will form the government.
Yeah, but you would be willing to reach out to them and say, why not do this?
I don't need to do that because we've already talked about this 100 times. So they know. They know it's important to work together. Sure. They know it's important to have a good relationship. And most of all, they know it's important to have a good structure that looks out for the best interest of Cayman.
Mm-hmm.
So they know. I mean,
right.
we're going to have a conversation right now, actually. But they're fully aware of that. And the next step for us, within the group I've been working with for a year, is to sit down tonight and think about what direction they're going to go. So, it's not over. I'm still involved in the process.
Mm-hmm.
So, although not elected, I'm still involved in the process and happy to share my views and happy to see us lift each other up, not divide.
Right. So important.
Lift Cayman,
Yeah, man. All right. Thanks very much. And to you and all of the candidates, those are successfully elected and those that contested.
Dwayne, I have another interview. Thank you, Mr. Ulrich.
All right.
I have a returning officer who's going to read out the official declaration for Georgetown South.
Okay. Thanks, man.
Returning Officer Declaration, Cayman Islands General Election 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Philip Barnes, the returning officer for the Georgetown South Electoral District. Today we conducted the polls and the count in accordance with the Election Act. On the completion of the count, Barbara Conley received the highest number of votes. Accordingly, I now declare her the member of this electoral district. In conclusion, I take this opportunity to wish the member a successful term in Parliament. Thank you and good night.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
And that wraps it for me here in Georgetown South. You heard from Mr. Barnes, you heard from Mr. Alric Lindsay, and you heard from Mr. Kenneth Bryant.
All right. JJ, as we said to all of our colleagues and you guys, really deserve a resounding applause for your amazing efforts throughout this entire day. Polls were open at 7, it closed at 6, and you still managed to get, remain energized. So, hey, thanks very much.
Long day. Thank you very much.
All right, have a good night, and may God's willing, we'll talk to you tomorrow. Mr. Banks?
Yeah, I want to pick up a little bit on what Dr. Mike said there a while ago about the parties.
Mm-hmm.
I think the party system in Cayman is still in its infancy.
Mm-hmm.
There's been no development of ideologies, but the different parties. I mean, one of them, there were two parties one time, and I think you could almost say that the other party is gone.
Well, they failed for the same reason, Mr. Banks. They failed for the same reason. They could not agree on who was going to be their leader. And when somebody emerges as their leader, they did not want to follow the leader. That's not how democracy works. There's Archer writes a book called "The First Among Equals."
Mm-hmm.
People. I think I should, if I have the money, I should buy that and give to every politician in Cayman to read that. It's not that the guy is above you or something, but you have everything has a leader. The Chamber of Commerce has a leader. The bank has a leader. He's called the bank manager. The construction site has a leader. Everything has a leader. People coordinate and they say he speaks for us.
Even the clubs or something? Follow the leader,
yeah,
follow
everybody
the leader.
has a leader. The baseball team has a captain.
Mm-hmm.
The football team has a captain, except for Cayman. Nobody wants the other guy to be the leader, to be the captain of the team. Everybody wants to be the captain. And so what they do, they compromise and say they're all independent. How can you be independent to run the government when the government needs a leader?
Can I maybe ask in respect to the Constitution and to the party system as we reference, right? I don't have it in front of me, but I thought there's a section that talked about the leader of the party then is invited to become the premier.
That's right.
Right? And it's could be the way we would construe the language and the interpretation. So maybe you can guide us. But under the party system, as we have it now, and our constitution recognizes the leader of the opposition. So we've seen the party system being entrenched by our constitution. The government of the day has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 party members elected, with Mr. John being a member by association, so to speak, but not necessarily a card-carrying member.
Mr. Salim, if you're a minister in the government,
yes, sir,
you have to be belong to the government to be able to get in the cabinet to have collective responsibility with them.
Right. So my question is, with that in mind, they're bound by collective responsibility, with the party system being what it is, are we somehow playing with words and either misinterpreting, misapplying, or somehow skirting the intent of the section of the Constitution, whereby through a party and a party with alliance, go back to the last election where there was this grouping of people that came together to form, the words that we use, a coalition. Is that somewhat running afoul of the Constitution and the intent, or is that okay and it's just how it is?
I think some people would argue that the way that that played out in the last election, that it was
run afoul of the Constitution.
Yes, ran afoul of the Constitution.
But
it was never challenged.
But was never challenged in court.
Yes.
Exactly. Put that as it may. That as it may, Sterling. As it may, Sterling. Those people, the C4C, realize that they could not get anywhere unless they join the party, the leader, the party. They all now are party leaders. They all are party members now.
Yeah, but they have to be
because they realize that under the Westminster system, you cannot get anything done.
So if we then...
let's just let me finish.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So what we have done is we have bastardized the Westminster system and tried to put a Cayman system to work with the Westminster system that doesn't really exist.
So we need to choose.
That's what we need to choose.
Okay. So I was going to ask then, given the numbers that we have and the potential that this will be the government as it was before, we know Mr. McLaughlin may or may not take a cabinet seat, but will not be premier per the Constitution.
I think he's willing to take. He's basically saying which one.
Yes, sir. Yes. And then Mr. McTaggart will be the next premier, and then it'll be not up that much, right? The rest of the individuals will go as we speculated, or what we may have seen on the campaign trail. Where does that leave, because we're doing a party system in the Westminster model, the opposition? How many numbers, and to what extent? Who's the leader of the opposition, and the like? Because that's the check and balance on a government. The government has the numbers again. What is that sort of counterbalance then?
Well, it's going to be now. I don't know who's going to be the opposition leader of the opposition. It seems to me that there are three people there who could be the opposition leader. There's Saunders, Panton, and Kenneth Bryan. They are the incumbents. I mean, they're the senior people in that party.
But even Mr. Bush as well. Bernie Bush.
That grouping.
Bernie Bush, maybe.
Bernie Bush was offered the job as speaker. And he refused it. I don't know if he's going to take a job as leader of opposition.
Well, we heard him say tonight that there were some complaints from his constituencies that he may not have delivered in certain respects, and it seems as if he wants to take corrective action and do that this time around.
Probably.
I'm not sure that he will be able to do that from the speaker's seat.
Yeah, right. you see, what politicians don't seem to understand people on the other side of the house. The whole parliamentary system, if you see how the house is divided, it's a confrontational system. It's an adversarial system, Sterling.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And when you are in the opposition, you are a government in waiting. God forbid, if the government is formed tomorrow and they're going to London on an airplane and there's a crash and they get lost, they're supposed to be the opposition is supposed to be in a position to walk into cabinet tomorrow and run the government.
The shadow government ministers and the
That's what it means.
Yeah. Right.
You are a government in waiting.
So is that the
and so you have to be qualified and organized.
Yeah. But is that a problem?
To form the government, and that's what we are not. We are not organized. We're not disciplined enough to be able to trust each other to form a government.
That was what I want to ask. Is that the problem? We're not disciplined. There's no discipline within the party system. Mr. Banks?
Well, what is called the opposition is just people who say they oppose something, but there's no
organization.
Yeah, there's no organization in them.
Okay.
So,
So come back
the
to
party system, as I see it now,
Yeah.
is dead.
Right.
There's no second party.
Well, one of the things also to have an effective opposition, and if you're really operating within the confines of the Westminster system, it would be useful if you had the numbers so that you could have shadow ministers.
Right.
You may not, based on the numbers in the opposition, you may not have enough persons to be individual shadow ministers, so you may have to have one individual shadow more than one minister.
So then
that's how you become the government part. That's part of
Sure, and in Parliament and outside of Parliament, you speak to those things that which you're shadowing.
Right.
So at the next election, when you have an election and someone speaks, you know that this person is going to be your next Minister of Health.
Because shadow.
Exactly.
Right. I know Miss Conley has to. Someone's going to work tomorrow.
Tell us about it.
But you're going to be back here earlier. But thank you. But please, Wayne, we'll say thanks properly. But Wayne, any comments you want to share with us?
I love listening to the debate. It's very interesting. I can't speculate on what type of government will
What would you like to see?
All West Bayers?
Hey, I'm just saying West Bay is the best. I'm biased. But, what you're talking about, the fact that we've seen, a kind of dismemberment or disbandment of the party system, there was something about it that wasn't working for Cayman years past. And so I think that the reason why we're seeing this today is because there is that need for change. There is a call for change. We want to see change, and this was a way that we figured that we could start seeing that change. Now, I agree with you that, the saying goes, strength in numbers. So we need to have a group of people who are going to come together and work together as a team in order to achieve the best for Cayman. We cannot do it on an individual basis. So for me, and I can't speak on behalf of the rest of my generation, but I say that I would love to see a government that looked beyond themselves, looked beyond any personal rifts, any personal biases, any kind of turmoil that has happened between them, and really look at what is best for Cayman, what is best for Caymanians, and not just what is good for right now, but what is good for our future. I have said it before, and I will say it again. We have done a disservice to our younger generations of Caymanians through our education system. And I appeal to our candidates who have been re-elected this evening, to really focus on the education system for our future children that are coming up. I mean, this election process is part of that, teaching young Caymanians about it. And there's so many other ways in which we need to prepare our younger Caymanians that are coming up. So that's my 2 cents.
Well, that was more like $10.
Yeah.
But thank you. Thank you for accepting the invitation, for being so willing to join us this evening. And maybe, Mr. Bush said to me tonight that I unfortunately, words, matter, right? He said if he serves out his full term, he didn't want to leave midstream. I don't know. He just said that. And that seems to be replaying in my mind. I have to ask him more about what he means, I wish him publicly, prayerfully, excellent health. But maybe there's a time he might say, hey, you know what? Anyway, I'll leave that. So to you, Ms. Conley, thank you very much for joining us, all right?
Thank you, and to all the candidates, we will all be praying for you, and I wish you the best. Thank you all for having me. It's been a pleasure. Okay. I hope you have a good rest of the night.
As she
exits,
have
one more result to come. We haven't gotten Owen Island yet.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I've been self-appointed. So as we,
You still call that in.
Yeah. As Ms. Conley exits stage left, we do have a caller joining us. Let's go to our phones. Hey, good evening. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, good evening, Dwayne. How are you?
Hey, good to hear from you, man. How are you doing?
Good, man. Late night.
Actually, tonight is an early night for us. We've been here later sometimes.
I'm sure the excitement you all are feeling right now, you'll probably be up till 3, 4 in the morning anyway, even though...
Boy, right now, if I could, man, I would like to delve into some cassava cake, keep me awake.
I recommend eating that for breakfast with a cup of coffee, but... no, I shared Anika's sentiments, man. Like, she said it so perfectly that I think she should just, or you should replay that clip specifically and over every single day that you're on the radio. That the candidates, congratulations to all of those that were successful, and to those that were not successful, that were genuine in their efforts. I hope that they don't just disappear back into to the out of the spotlight. Like, they need to contribute, and I hope that myself, I speak into myself here, as much as anybody else, but I hope we all hold each and every one of our candidates, our constituents, to hold them to what they promised, and that, just like Anika said, for the people of the Cayman Islands, don't look at themselves for what they can do for them, but what they can do for the people of this country, and especially for the kids and the children that are coming up behind them. The education system, for sure, the development that's going on, the natural environment. We need every single one of them to take heed and make sure that they're looking out for us Caymanians and for everybody on these 3 rounds. And
definitely.
Just besides that, I congratulate Andre. Ran a clean campaign. I spoke up for him, and I congratulate him, and I will hold him accountable just like I hold every other one, and pray for each and every one of them that God will bless them and bless our country. And thank you guys for your always input and your sharp comments. Some of the predictions I hear going on there with Mr. McFeel and the rest. I have some laughs, but I want to see if their crystal balls are as clear as they're saying. I kind of hope not. I hope that the 11, or I think it's 11 supposedly independent candidates, I hope that they can be the force behind making the change, not the 8 party members that are out there specifically in a part. I hope that the independents put up a fight to following what would be one party system, and make sure that they actually follow through on each and one of their own specific agendas and the core values that are aligned. Make them work together for sure, but don't follow a program and check boxes. Make everything go according to how it should be for this country. With that, thank you for letting me speak, and God bless us, and
Amen.
God bless the candidates, and we'll see how tomorrow turns out.
Yes, sir. God bless, man, and thank you for staying with us, and gents, as we go around the table, there's much more that we can comment on, but I want to respect, our callers as we have another one join us.
Sure. Yes.
Hey, good evening. Thank you for sharing with us.
We could have the first midnight talk show.
We can start it. Hey, good evening.
8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm great, thank you. First of all, thank you guys for this evening. It's been very informative. Thank you for keeping us up to date. I'm sure the whole country was on the edge of their seats. Some of the constituencies we know was a no-brainer. Some we were waiting on anxiously. But like Anika was saying, one of the things I think this new government, once they're formed, I think education has to be the top. Everybody always thinks education. And it always seems to end up on the back burner for us here in Cayman. Our community, our country is very small, and I think that education, something can be done with it easily. They can move. They have to look and divulge and really get into the system of what our kids are being educated on, what our education system looks like in the future. In saying that, one of the things that they were speaking on earlier was getting people out, the younger generation out to vote. If you are not educating the younger generation on voting in school, how do you expect them to come out of high school closer to the age of 16, 17, and then by the time they turn, 18, 19, then you can vote. If they don't know anything from school, this is something that you have to constantly educate these kids on. One of the things I think that can combat that is have a government system in the government school. We do not have that in the government school. Have them have their own government in the school made up of students. It's nothing like that in the school. They don't know nothing about voting. They don't know nothing about members in parliament. The funny thing is, the other day, one child had said to me, who's the Minister of Education? They didn't know who that was. They don't know who that is because they don't go to visit the schools on an everyday basis. They don't talk to the students. They don't know what is going on. And I'm talking about high school because those are the kids that you can communicate more with. Yes, you can say hi and hello and giggle with primary school students and the other ones. But in high school, you have to make your presence known. And you just can't sit somewhere and not make it.
Right.
Have a government in the school that these children can learn and they can be a part of the system. So by the time they get out of high school, well, I know that this is what I should do. The students also have experience in voting. Okay, they have experience in running for election in school. We're not teaching that. My other thing is for education. People always think education is education in school, primary school, middle school, high school. No, our communities need to be educated. Why? For me, I really think personally that these constituencies should have education because our primary schools are locked up at night.
So utilize them better.
Educate persons, and it's nothing. We have so many people in our communities that have no idea how to read if you show them their name in 10-foot letters.
Right. Well,
they do not know their name. And that is a shame for a country
that
is so small. It is a shame. Education, like I said, is not just in schools. You can educate persons, educate on voting, educate on what is going on in the country.
Indeed.
On doing different things.
Right.
Educated in an educated community means an educated country.
Indeed. Well, listen, without question, that is something, and thank you for that, and just out of respect.
But ma'am, before you go, when you start from the beginning by calling your intellectuals, your educated people, educated fools, this is the results of that. This is what you get. This is the results. There are a lot of people, there are so many people in this country are qualified, and they're not called upon to, for instance, to give civic lessons in the schools. Exactly. They're not called upon to extend their what they can do in the high schools and in the colleges and stuff. You see, it's to me, I try to keep away from the political thing all the time, but it's so hard because politics is everywhere. When you are colonizing a country and you're taking over a country, you don't educate the people. You don't educate the people to understand what you're doing. You don't do that. And the problem is that long ago this country dumped education and dumped their educated people and made them a minority and castigated them. When you had people, for instance, people came back with their master's degree in education and other things, and when you had ministers of the government on the platform telling the people, I don't know what he's a master of. I don't see him running on a ship, sailing in on a ship. Making poking fun at education. That's what you get. And the problem now is that there's a darkness now, education darkness in the country, and a lot of kids now don't want to hear anything about education. All they want to hear now is, how am I going to get the BMW to drive?
Yeah, man. And thank you, caller, to that. And Mr. Steve, we do have another caller as we go to our phones. Hi, good evening.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Congratulations to you, Mom.
Good evening. Congratulations to you.
Thank you so much, and thank you
Congrats.
to the people of Prospect and to the team there. I missed being there, but you know what? The people have trusted me, and they are willing, and they've shown today that they're wanting change, and I am ready for the job. I hear you so.
Mr. Reno?
Yes?
All right. We didn't. That was newly elected MP for Prospect, Mr. Rena Turner, as she was talking to us. But I'm not quite sure what happened there, gentlemen. So we try to collect her. Listening to a number of the listeners while we try to connect up with Mr. Reno, can I just share this specifically to Mr. McField? This person writes, says, Section 124 of the Constitution, a party cannot be formed after an election. To make up the government now, it must be by secret ballot. And wants us if we could discuss this, because something this needs to be before we swear in. So back to what we were sharing earlier, that the government has a part, or there's a party that is elected with 7 numbers, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. We would say 8, including Mr. Seymour. And then there are the remaining, 11 individuals. So under this, okay, before we ask you that, we go to the phones. Mr. Reno?
Hi.
Yeah, we're not sure what happened there, Mom.
Not sure.
Okay. Well, we've been having challenges, so our apologies, but it probably wasn't us. But you were sharing that you were ready and the people wanted change, so we were listening.
Oh, yes. And I want to thank them for giving me the opportunity. And, as I've stated on the campaign trail, I have no intentions of disappointing the people, and I will respect and honor their voices, and they will not only become important when it's time for elections. Their concerns, their suggestions to take our country forward will matter. Now it's time to turn this train around and make sure that all the issues that you've so spoken about tonight and as we've campaigned on is actually addressed.
Okay.
Right.
So how do you, tomorrow or the next day, how do you start now fulfilling your promises to your constituents and following what they want you to do? How does that start?
Well, as I stated, let's see where the chips may fall. I know that I'm not the only one. Let's see what's going to happen, and we'll take it from there. But definitely, as of tomorrow, the people of Prospect can be rest assured that I am remaining independent. I have to see exactly who we are working with and what comes about in forming a government, and I will remain engaged with the constituents for the betterment of our country and moving us forward where we are no longer at the end.
Okay.
All right. Thanks very much. And
Thank you, ma'am, for that.
All right.
Thank you.
And congratulations for all the success of all the hard work you put in.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you to the country for all of the support. I've gotten overwhelming support from all 3 islands, and I must tell you, from every electoral district. And I want to thank them for giving me the opportunity.
All right. Congratulations and God bless you.
Thanks. Likewise.
Okay. Well, Ms. Loxley and Mr. Steve, I mean, we could speak to that issue as this listener was asking about the section of the Constitution, if you want, Section 124.
Section 1? Yeah, it says where a political party obtains the majority of votes in an election, the leader of that political party
becomes the leader.
The members of that political party who tells the governor who's the leader of that party will become the premier, and then he will select the other members for his cabinet. It says where no political party maintains the majority and no one is recommended to the governor, That's what the Constitution says. There shall be a vote in the Legislative Assembly to choose who in the Assembly commands the majority of the votes among the members of the Legislative Assembly. So that person would be the Premier.
So your interpretation of that, if a recommendation is made to the governor despite the fact that no party
No, that's not how it says. That's not how it says.
That's what I want to clarify.
It says,
because that was the argument that was used before.
And the recommendation comes from it. So if no political party wins the majority, and if no recommendation comes from that political party of who's the leader of that party with the majority, then you go to a vote in the Legislative Assembly. Now you can arrange underneath the board for the members if you want to vote for you. Because you see, you're not voting as a political party then. If no political party maintains a majority, you're voting as an ordinary MP in the Legislative Assembly, and the majority can vote you to be the leader of the Legislative Assembly, and then you select your cabinet, your government from that.
We do have a caller. Let's join the callers.
So that never happened in the last election.
Right. That's what was okay. Hey, good evening. Thanks for calling.
Good night. I didn't know if I was on.
Yes, sir. Thank you for waiting. Good night. Good night.
Sterling Green. Thank you for taking this call.
Yes, sir.
Good night to you, and good night to Mr. O.C. Good night, Dr. Steve. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, sir.
Mr.
Good night.
Banks.
Mr. Banks,
Good to hear you all on their seasoned legend.
Yes, sir.
He's gone again.
Yeah, we keep.
Wow, maybe people the phone lines are probably tired. Yeah. Well, you know what? It is getting late, and although some of us can stay up all night, Mr. Banks.
All day, all night.
All right. So maybe, well, tomorrow we'll wrap it up. We appreciate our listeners. The party will start, and the government will be formed, and tomorrow will be another day. We know that tomorrow Miss Anita will sort of be, holding the fort. Simon from our Money Sense program, I'll appoint him to be running the court, and of course, ably supported, by Mr. O.C. He'll be, providing support. And of course, midday, I'll come back. But see, we join the caller. Yeah. Hi. Good evening.
Good evening.
Hi. How are you?
Hi to everybody in studio.
That's not the
Good
same
evening.
caller.
Not a same caller. Yeah. No. We're good. How are you?
I am not good.
Not good. So you need some turtle meat?
No, I don't want anything right now.
I want casala cake.
No, don't go down the road.
You deserted me today.
Listen to me. The really obnoxious man that called kind of early in the show. Mr. Banks is still in the studio, right?
Mr. Banks is here, Mom.
Yeah. Tell Mr. Sterling, but that device you had devised for the whole rest of the world. What it's called? 5 seconds. And you know how you cut somebody off? Like a stroke of the finger. Good evening to Dr. Maxfield. A stroke of the finger. I am so disappointed in the entire studio that nobody could reach over nobody's shoulder and get it done. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. My mother, who has Alzheimer's, said, but he made him. He cut him off finally. I said finally. 5 seconds. So that means from second number 1, that killed the entire night for me as a Caymanian. That killed it. I ain't hear about talking about that.
Well.
Yeah.
Yes, Mom.
You always rolling off the cliff in the day, but in the night where you get slower. You know how nice, happy, healthy, and safe journey home to everybody.
Amen.
You did good, except for that thing there. There's just a little one there.
Okay. Maybe tomorrow I'll do better.
Home safe.
Thank you too.
Thank you.
God bless.
Take care.
All right.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, let's call it that for the evening, gentlemen. Maybe you would be so gracious with a little bit more of your time. Quick thoughts. Mr. Banks, sir, would you want to start us off with any thoughts?
Well, I think that we're getting out of here quite earlier than some of the other nights.
I remember that.
which is good. And I think it went off quite smoothly. A few technical difficulties here and there, but that's to be expected, I guess. And You know, as I look, I think tomorrow I know that there are some people that are going to be working arduously on forming a government, but it may come down to a lot of going back and forth. I think to get, because as I see it, the what you'd call the hardcore PPM people, I think they've only got what, 7 or 8, 7,
or 8, yeah.
8.
If you count John 8.
Yeah, so they need another 3 or 4 really to be solid now. And that comes back to what you were talking about the Constitution a while ago.
Yes.
So if they can pull another 3 or 4 people in, then
you mean the PPM?
Yeah.
But they campaign on this alliance with those other people along with them. That's what they campaign on. You remember the last time we didn't campaign on that, you know?
Right.
But they deliberately campaign on an alliance with other independent candidates.
So they got 4 or 5 more at least.
So they got more now.
Yeah. So it is.
Yes.
I mean, even though they're not.
Well, yeah.
Or even though they're not.
They have not make the declaration.
PPMs. Yes.
So if they all make the declaration,
that's right.
Then
yes,
I suppose it would be easy.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Well, Dr. Steve.
Well, I just wrote something here. I say the media play an indispensable role in the proper functioning of a democracy. Discussion on the media's functions within electoral contexts often focuses on the watchdog role by unfettered scrutiny and discussions of the success and the failures of candidates, governments, and electoral management institutions. The media can inform the public of how effectively they have performed and help to hold them accountable. Tonight, Radio Cayman, our public media, did not offer an open forum for debate and discussion, but called the election, analyzing the vote in our free and orderly election. That's what we did tonight. And I'm so happy to be a part of it again. Yeah. I'm always at the right time, at the right place.
Well,
it seems to me that I will never grow old.
Amen.
And I'll always be here to make my contributions. Thank you for asking me to come.
Thank you for accepting, sir. Honestly, Mr. O.C.
Fixtures
are we are.
Thanks for having me. I enjoyed it immensely, and again, as a former deputy supervisor of elections, I'm really, really pleased and happy that the elections went off smoothly. And while some questions may be asked, I don't think that any of the results are going to be contested at the end of the day. I had an earlier peeve, and some people may criticize me for saying this, and I don't want to talk ill of the dead and give respect where respect is due. I'm not a monarchist, and I was a little bit concerned when I saw that the polls opened at 7:01 rather than 7 o'clock. Now, some may say, well, what is 1 minute? Well, if the law says that the polls should open at 7, they should open at 7. And if for some reason some election was very close, someone could argue that because you didn't open on time, someone may have gotten off a line, or several people may have gotten off the line and returned home. And that 1 minute late was because a minute of silence was held in recognition of the passing of Prince Philip. And I think that he should be recognized. I am not sure that the opening of polling stations has anything to do with that, because it doesn't really form a part of the monarchy in itself. Those are our local elections. And I was a little bit put back by that. I think the polls should have opened at 7 o'clock. I don't think that the elections office
had anything whatsoever to do with that. And that is why, again, a strong argument, part of the strong argument for having an elections commission as opposed to having the elections office under the governor or under the deputy governor, who is a representative of the crown.
So as we look at moving to the independence of the parliament, the independence of the election commission as well.
Exactly, yes.
Maybe 6:59 to 7 a.m. could suffice, as opposed to delaying opening the polls if we wanted to middle
Exactly,
finals.
yes, you do prefer.
I mean, anyway, you know my
But I
thoughts on
think
that.
it's important if we're talking about following the law and doesn't put any discretion in any one's hands to start to open the polls any later than is mandated by law, we should be doing that.
But to that too, Mr. Lindsay's point earlier, that as you said, you explained to us, when the ballots are moved in that instance, there is no provision in law for them to be sort of accompanied, despite the safeguards in place.
Right.
But it's still something that perception as it is.
Yes.
Well, gentlemen, I seriously, I'm eternally grateful for each of you for joining us. For Miss Anika Conley for being part of it. Before closing, I just want to share something that I remembered. At our high school graduation, the valedictorian is the now Dr. Sidney Ebanks. In his speech as valedictorian address, he talked about and called for civics to be taught in schools. There were only a handful of us who were sort of interested in the governance, not necessarily politics, but in the governance of our country. And, let's say that was close to 40 years ago. Dr. Steve, you talked about still a need almost to this day for that to be happening. And he said this, almost 4 decades ago. I won't say how long. But civics in our schools.
Yeah.
So tonight's education and participation is all but. We'll see what happens relative to the Constitution. We'll see what unfolds as, perhaps there'll be little or no further surprises. The government of the day with their 8 may pick up 4 or 5 more and be comfortable. There may or may not be an opposition. But it's for us, the electorate, as Ms. Conley shared earlier, to remain involved, engaged, and hold each other accountable as we hold the parliamentarians accountable, but to get involved.
Yep.
And we'll see. I'm glad that you're going to pick up the supporting role tomorrow with Anita as she holds the fort and Simon runs the court, as I say. Midday, God's willing, I'll come back for a talk today. Invite everybody to join us.
Yes.
I've invited, and she's been so gracious to join us, Miss Maxine Bordon. Will come in the studio and sit with me and add some commentary. An amazing
excellent
lady,
yes.
Very, very articulate, incredibly intelligent, politically savvy, and we can get into some discussion. Mr. Banks had prepared a number of clips this evening. Maybe he'll be gracious and allow me to maybe use some of them tomorrow. Sure. I can talk to him about after that. Maybe we can pay him some money. But we'll go back. No, he doesn't.
Well, some of those clips, they sort of reiterated some of the things that are still not being addressed that they were looking at 30 years ago, 40 years ago.
Yeah.
And one of them, the Cayman protection law, came up for some discussion.
All right.
1972 was when protection law was debated in 71 in the legislative
and this
assembly.
was in 1984 that they were referring back to it, looking at.
Yeah.
It was their edited version, so but they're put together that.
Maybe tomorrow, if you got time, we'll see. All right, Mr. Connor, enjoy your morning tomorrow.
Thank you.
Enjoy your ride.
I did that this morning.
And Dr. Steve, thank you, sir.
There's Sadler Wind. There may be seas on the reef, so.
Listen. There we go, man. All right, thank you immensely. If she would allow us to say Ms. Norma Macfield as our head of department, and to all of the incredible team, and Mr. Art, to you and the team in the morning, sir, for being a part of it. So, Mr. Art, thank you too, sir, and to you and the team in the morning for everything, and to Ms. Norma for everything she does here, Ms. Paul over there. And the incredible team over throughout the country, from the sales to the news, for joining on board.
Wilson Natra about there.
And Wilson Natra. We can see what he sees, what he saw. And to our listeners, please join us immediately in the morning for some post-elections commentary, and then, of course, talk today right after the midday news. Until then, be blessed.
dead. But when we seek him with open hearts, he removes the walls we built that keep us apart. We trust him to unite us. In our hearts, we're undivided, worshiping one Savior, one Lord. In our hearts, we're undivided, bound by His Spirit
Radio Cayman, the voice of the Cayman Islands, broadcasting on 89.9 FM and 93.9 FM. We now join the BBC World Service for the remainder of tonight's broadcast.
Hello, I'm Moira Alderson with the BBC News. The United States is preparing to announce sweeping sanctions against Russia for alleged misconduct, in particular what Washington says were its efforts to disrupt the US election.